started here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7. We're still at 8 with Representative Austin. So it looks like our webinar is live streaming. So we'll get started for what might be a busy day. So welcome and good morning. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. Today we are assembled for electronically for the purpose of inviting public comment on legislation. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that we're doing this on Zoom. If you are in the attendee list, then you cannot be seen or heard. If you, when it's time to give testimony, our committee clerk will promote you and you'll be listed as a panelist. At that point, you can be seen and heard. This recording is also, this committee is also recorded on our YouTube channel. And so please be careful with your video and your audio. And when not speaking, please keep your mic on mute, as we have learned this last 14 months. Let's see. Zoom identifiers, I'm looking around and I ask everyone to have their title honorific with their title on their name. I see that we have that. If any attendees or folks giving testimony would have a title or wish to put pronouns on, that would help us to welcome you and invite you into the meeting. At this point, I would like to invite the committee members to introduce themselves. Representative Geiger, would you kick us off?
Thank you, Senator Curray. Good morning. My name is Valley Geiger. I am the representative for District 93, Rockland and Owl's Head.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Pebworth. I represent House District 133 in the Blue Hill Peninsula.
Is it me? Is it me?
I'm not sure the order any longer. 1 second. Go ahead. Representative Austin.
Good morning. I'm Representative Austin from Gray. I represent portions of Gray, Raymond, Casco, and all of Fry Island.
Representative Ducharme. Representative Ducharme.
Yeah, I couldn't get it unmuted. Sorry. Representative Jack Ducharme. Most of Madison, Norridgewock, and Solon, House District 111.
Representative Tavis Hassenfuss, House District 81, Winthrop, Reedfield, and part of Monmouth.
Representative Kyle Bailey, District 27, part of Gorham, and a small part of North Scarborough.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent District 149, which is Caribou, New Sweden, and Westmanland.
Good morning. I am Representative Tiffany Roberts, your House Chair, representing House District 6, which is the majority of North Berwick and South Berwick.
And good morning. I'm Senator Chip Curry. I represent the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County. With us today is our nonpartisan staff. Ms. Jody Breton is our clerk, and she will be navigating the technology and supporting people coming in and out of the committee. And then also Ms. Rachel Olson is our legislative analyst and will be supporting the committee throughout the day today. So thank you very much for your work. This format, while we have been doing it for a number of times, we periodically run into technical issues. Please have patience with us as we navigate the new and interesting technical issues that sometimes come forward. If you do run into an issue that you're trying to get solved, I would encourage you to send an email chat to Ms. Jody Breton using the chat function, or to myself. And if you otherwise, we're going to be using, I'll ask folks not to use the chat feature. One, it's distracting to those who are giving presentations, but also it's not recorded, and these committee hearings need to be recorded and available. So no substantive conversations in the chat, please. Our format today, to let folks know, we plan on following the order that the bills are listed in the on the calendar on the committee's website at legislature.maine.gov, clicking into committees and then to the IDEA committee. So that's going to be LD 857, LD 919, LD 1005, and then LD 1168. We do plan on having a break for lunch and coming back for LD 1087, 1217, 1275, and 1287. So you can plan your day accordingly. Typically in a bill, unless we have a tremendous amount of folks scheduled to give testimony, we will start with the bill sponsor, then any co-sponsors, then any folks giving testimony for the bill, any folks giving testimony against the bill, and then lastly, those who are neither for the bill nor against. I want to remind everyone giving testimony, we will be limiting testimony to 3 minutes. And so at the 3-minute mark, we will be, Representative Roberts has agreed to, I'm hoping, has agreed to remind folks at the 3-minute mark, and she'll ask you to wrap up in 1 or 2 sentences. So I think that's all the announcements we need for today to get started. So with that, I will now I'll open up the public hearing for LD 857, an act to create a municipal grant program to promote sustainable economic development. And at this point, I would invite Representative Bailey to, the floor is yours as the sponsor of the bill.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and distinguished colleagues of the IDEA Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present LD 857, an act to create a municipal grant program to promote sustainable economic development. I believe change comes from the bottom up and not the top down. To recover from the global pandemic and recession, respond to climate and addiction crises, reckon with centuries of injustice, and ensure that we make our state an even better place to earn a living and raise a family. We must make smart and strategic investments as a state and incentivize innovation at the local level. Excuse me. Thanks to the leadership of Governor Mills, Director Pingree, Commissioner Johnson, and the Economic Recovery Committee, among others, we have, for the first time in many years, an economic development strategy for Maine. To ensure its success, the legislature must act to align policies and budgets with strategy priorities and create the infrastructure necessary to achieve our collective goals. LD 857 would create a new tool using carrots and not sticks for the state to support sustainable economic development projects within communities that will help Maine to reach towards our collective goals as outlined in the 10-year strategy. With the passage of the American Rescue Plan, federal dollars will soon flow into our state's coffers to aid cities and towns. These dollars would allow us to create a municipal grant program without diverting funds from other sources. Thus, my proposed amendment, which Ms. Olson has today, to strip the current funding mechanism from this bill. I strongly support municipal revenue sharing. I also believe we should get smarter about how we direct funds to cities and towns. Instead of writing more blank checks, we should tie more dollars to deliverables that will help us reach our collective goals to solve Maine's toughest challenges. Thank you for the opportunity to present this bill in support of our cities and towns and in furtherance of our statewide goals for economic development. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative Bailey. Does the committee have questions? Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Representative Bailey. A question about funding. Can you just talk me through what you said about the amendment? I haven't had a look at that.
Yes, and I'm not sure if Ms. Olson has sent that around yet. I had asked her last week about just pulling that, the language, stripping that language from the current version of the bill. There are, just a little context, I've got 2 bills that are very similar. One is for this particular program, which is sustainable economic development, and the other one is a carbon reduction initiative, but they're both municipal grant programs. The second one that's going to a different committee that doesn't have the funding mechanism in it. This one was an earlier version I was working through. The current funding mechanism would be to pull dollars from within the revenue sharing to push towards this grant program. And I've talked with Maine Municipal Association, cities and towns, and also the Office of Innovation Policy in the Future with former Representative Brian Hubble, who's working there. And so I support stripping the funding mechanism, the $250,000 allocation from municipal revenue to fund this sort of pilot project, if you will, to get it up and going. And instead, my conversations with Representative Huddle, former Representative Hubble, the discussions we've had is that there's a lot of money coming to the state to then pass on to cities and towns, and that some of those dollars could be used to actually provide for this program rather than having to shift around municipal revenue sharing.
Are there other questions? Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Representative Bailey, so if I'm understanding correctly, this is a one-time fund of $250,000 to be used, to be parceled out for grants for economic sustainable development. So $250,000 is a pretty small amount of money. A lot of cities and towns. So this will be a competitive grant program. And is there have you thought about how many grants you would give out a year? And then is this a one-time thing, or do you hope to continue to fund it year after year using municipal revenue sharing?
Yeah, great questions. First, I think there could be a separate allocation outside of municipal revenue sharing to support grant programs like this, which I hope to see more of, competitive grant programs to steer communities towards helping us sort of reach toward and build out and achieve our overall collective goals. I think there's only so much the state can do. We really need to incentivize innovation at the local level to help us build out and reach towards those goals. And I think it certainly could be funded in the long term, perhaps even with a larger allocation. My initial thought was $250,000 for the program for competitive grants with a cap of $50,000 per project to get us started. So that would fund 5 projects in the first funding allocation, and give us some data to see what was invested in, to be able to revisit it and see if it's something we want to continue to promote. But the conversations that I've had and the intention of the bill is really with this program to tie it to actual deliverables and require that municipalities that secure these dollars for a particular project be able to come back and demonstrate and tie it back to the goals that are within the 10-year plan and show that it is, with data, that it is moving us towards reaching those goals that we have collectively as a state.
Thank you.
Of course.
Representative Bailey, is there I'm trying to get my head around this concept and kind of in size and scale. Is there a type of project that you think of, like an example, that would be helpful to that you wish would have been able to get funded, or that this type of thing might spark?
Sure. I actually came up with this idea from talking with several individuals who work within state agencies, some of whom have been legislative aides, so they've been around a long time, and have, I thought, some very good feedback on how funding works and how funding flows to municipalities. And one of the conversations that I had was, and I don't know how familiar members of this committee would be, but there are, I think they're called, well, I'm not going to get the name wrong, but in transportation, in the highway fund budget, there are competitive grants for local road construction and things like that that municipalities can apply for. And so that was sort of the model that I used to build off this, and thinking about how cities and towns sort of compete for dollars for projects municipally that are around roads, bridges, et cetera.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
See no other questions. Thank you very much, Representative Bailey.
Thank you.
I'll now ask Representative Gear. Is it Gear or Gare? I'm sorry.
It's Gear. Like Richard, no
Gear.
relation.
Welcome, Representative Gear.
Thank you. And Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and distinguished members of the Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. I think you guys get the award for the longest committee name, right? I am Representative Tracy Gear, and I serve House District 9, which is Kennebunkport and Coastal Biddeford and Kennebunk. I live in Kennebunkport, and I'm testifying in support of LD 857. I grew up in Pittsburgh in the 70s and 80s, during a time when the entire steel industry shut down, sending many people into unemployment and uncertainty, including many members of my own family. My grandfather and his brothers had all immigrated from Yugoslavia and all worked in the mills for years and years. And the impacts of that industry shutting down just really dramatically impacted the whole economy. So there was a lot of struggle and hard times back then. My family has lived in Maine for 13 years, and there is much about this time in Maine that feels very familiar. Many of Maine's traditional industries are going through big changes, and we have lost anchor employers across the state, throwing communities into upheaval and leaving people worrying every day about their present conditions and how to plan for the future. Times like these require an all hands on deck approach. It's vital to bring stakeholders together, use multiple funding sources, embark on a concerted search for innovation and opportunities, and try new things to see what works. The throwing the spaghetti on the wall strategy, I like to call it. People need to engage in creating the future together, envisioning and building something new. And for myself, back in the day, some of my first jobs out of college were in economic development in the Pittsburgh area. And in Pittsburgh, we repurposed warehouses into everything from breweries to business incubators. Funding was redirected from multiple municipal and states and federal sources into purchasing old steel mills and creating research parks and new robotics and manufacturing facilities from the rubble. I still remember the first time I drove past the old J&L mill, which had for years been acres and acres of rusted, empty mill buildings, and saw an office park springing up. I had a feeling of uplift and excitement for the future, shared by everyone who saw that scene. It gave us energy and hope. Of course, Maine's road to recovery looks different. It looks like Maine. Many of the ideas that ground it are captured in the 10-year strategic plan, the economic recovery plan, and the measures of progress, efforts that hundreds of people around the state have contributed to. We own it, now we need to see it. We need visible markers of progress around the state. These must be generated locally and stand for sustainability. They can have the power of strategic reuse of old facilities like we're seeing in Millinocket and Monson and Biddeford. They can showcase previously unmet needs being met like we see in the EduCare facility in Skowhegan or the exciting developments of Waterville Creates. The Municipal Grant Fund, and I, in my conceptualization of this, I realized that the DECD would put some effort into designing this program, and it would be important to think about the details there. But the fund could provide one financial component for municipalities and towns seeking, for example, to connect a cluster of businesses to a market. That's obviously often a big challenge. Close a supply chain gap, fuel a sustainability initiative directly, build a bridge between organizations that are looking to collaborate, provide strategic workforce education, again, to fill perhaps a gap that exists in helping a company to grow, or create a regional transportation resource. For example, if improved bus services needed between a couple of communities. By linking the grants with the targeted outcomes in the measures of progress, they can become a powerful tool for highlighting success and forward momentum. And celebrating success and momentum is key to keeping it going. And so I ask you all to vote ought to pass on LD 857, and I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you very much for your testimony. Oh, 1 second. Representative Geiger.
Representative Gear and Representative Bailey, this is just a question. So this bill specifically provides 1 year of funding. So it doesn't have in place unless I haven't seen the amendment. So it seems to me in order for this to work, we need year-on-year funding. But I just want to be clear, this bill provides 1 year from relief funds. Is that right?
Representative Gear.
I will defer to Representative Bailey on that question in terms of the funding.
Yeah,
Uh,
that is, no, sorry, you want me to speak or no?
Well, I don't want to be bouncing around between testimony. We can get at this. I think that questions was asked and answered earlier. And so we can get more in detail at the work session. So thank you. Any other questions for Representative Gear? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Ms. Breton, do we have anyone else in the queue to speak in support of this bill?
No, we do not, Senator.
Okay, I will ask you to bring in Ms. Kate Foy. And Ms. Breton, if you can also bring in Mr. Goldberg. So, welcome, Ms. Foy. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the IDEA Committee. My name is Kate Foy. I'm the Legislative Liaison for the Department of Economic and Community Development. I'm here today to testify in opposition to LD 857. First, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Representative Bailey for seeking solutions to economic development challenges that face a great many communities in Maine. The department, however, does have some concerns with this bill. The bill uses the Measures of Growth report as an implementation tool for the grant program. While we believe there is great value in this report, the department feels that the Measures of Growth is a tracking document that should help track where we are in relation to the implementation of the 10-year strategic plan. My next paragraph is about the funding, so I'm going to leave that out because I know now that Representative Bailey has made some changes about how this grant program would be funded. And I will also leave out reading the statute, but the MTIF program does allow for grants. There are two areas of MTIF, of the MTIF statute that covers grants as it relates to economic development. And you'll see in my written testimony, the statute, which again, I don't need to read to all of you. And the MTIF grant language offers a very broad use for TIF funds as it relates to grants around economic development. Lastly, while DECD does believe supporting communities more effectively is critical as we move forward, we think it is imperative that we do so in a meaningful way. The Maine Communities Challenge, a partnership with the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, has just announced 8 finalist communities here in Maine, which were each awarded $25,000 as part of the design phase. Each team is vying to be one of the 5 chosen for the next multi-year phase to receive $375,000 each to implement their project. We will learn a lot from that process, and we can transition those learnings into a process that better supports communities in the future. Thank you for your time today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Foy. Can you say a little bit more about the Maine Reserve, the
Communities Challenge?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
thank you.
Back in 2019, we were approached, the Commissioner Heather Johnson and the Governor, and I was in the meeting as well, by the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston. They did a Working Cities Challenge in Massachusetts. In Vermont, currently they have a Working Communities Challenge, and we heard a presentation, obviously very excited for the potential of the investment. So it's a public-private partnership. It has 3 prongs of funding that we were part of raising money for. So the state has an investment. There's nonprofit investment, both at a national philanthropic level and a local, and then private sector investment as well. There's a board that meets regularly, a steering committee with members from all across the state of Maine. And it is a grant program. I can send everyone on the committee the link so you can see more about it. But it's economic growth projects that communities work with the support staff through the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston to create projects that will drive economic growth in their communities. And we did have a number of applicants. Again, we've narrowed it down to not nine communities. And eventually, and they've each received $25,000 to work on their project, to create a plan for their project. And the 5 winning communities after this process will receive $375,000 to implement over 3 years. There is a support staff that's paid for by the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston to work with these communities. The steering committee is also a resource which the commissioner and I both sit on. And one of the things that we knew going into this is that there would be a lot of communities that had great projects that weren't chosen. So we actually have someone now working with, on our staff at DECD, working with the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston staff to figure out ways to support the communities that didn't get chosen, because there were some great projects. Neither the commissioner and I sat on the committee that voted on the projects for obvious reasons, but there were some great projects that again weren't chosen.
Thank you very much for that.
Actually, I'll put the link, if it's okay, in the chat box so that you all can see it.
That is fine. Thank you. And thank you for the background on that. And all right, questions, Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Foy, for being here. I'm curious, we need to be doing everything we can. I think it was Representative Geer who said all hands on deck, and I do love that analogy. The program that you just described sounds great, and I am happy to hear about it. I'm curious to know if further grant programs would be in support of that. Does the department have every tool in its toolbox? Is there more the legislature could do?
Do you mean around the other communities for the Working Communities Challenge, or just mean overall, if we had more funding, could we create more grant programs?
Both.
So I think, as the commissioner and I discussed this bill, and again, appreciate the sentiment behind it and think it's very important. I think what we took away and tried to present in the testimony was that there's a lot we have to learn from this Working Communities Challenge process. And the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston has done this in a number of other states. So what we're sort of looking for is, can we take one step back, look at what we've learned, how we can best implement these grant programs, what the best way to move forward is funding wise. These are large, impactful grants, $375,000 per community. And so I think that's sort of our thoughts on this particular bill, is that there's a lot still to learn about how we support communities and can do so through this program.
Thank you.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Ms. Foy, is the Maine Community Challenge aligned with the climate goals, or is it a separate program that is just looking for economic development without reference to the climate plan?
Well, the Maine Communities Challenge is a separate entity from the state altogether. So it, I would say we use a number of factors when talking about the projects, but one of the, being aligned with the climate plan for the state wasn't a requirement to get a grant. Again, it's a separate, the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, this is their program, and certainly they're supportive of the strategic plan as well as the climate change plan, but we didn't require people to, or the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston to be in line with the climate plan.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Senator Curry. And thank you, Kate, for your testimony. One of the questions that I often have when we hear about these various programs and so forth is how many of these programs are out there that we are spending money to administer? Could we kind of consolidate and end up with one program? I mean, I like the sentiment of, getting money out to municipalities, and I'm certainly in support of that. But having been a selectman in Madison for many years, a $50,000 grant is probably not going to move the needle a whole lot in the town of Madison, nor will it move the needle a whole lot in other areas. And my concern is that the economic development dollars are being split into so many programs that we're kind of top heavy in administration as opposed to getting money on the street. Can you speak to that in any way, shape, or form? I don't know how many programs there are out there because I haven't been able to kind of wrap my arms around that. But if you could help me with that, I'd appreciate it.
Representative Ducharme, I appreciate the question. I'm not sure if at the top of my head I could answer how many programs there are, and there are so many organizations out there working to help support communities, especially around economic development issues. As a newly elected town councilor, I have a whole new view of these municipal grant programs and how they could work, and views about revenue sharing. My reaction is very different, so I try to separate the two. I think about your point a lot, Representative Ducharme, about these small buckets of money. I remember you making that really very early on, which is why I think the Working Communities Challenge is so impactful, because it is investment from so many different organizations that don't necessarily carry the burden of the taxpayer, so to speak, because it is a private sector investment as well as public and nonprofit. It's part of the reason I think it's important to look at lessons learned as we move through this Working Communities Challenge, and how we can be the most impactful with responsible spending of dollars. So I don't necessarily know if that answers your question, but I do think about your point about that, and I think it's a very good one, and I don't disagree with it. I think we need to find ways to be most impactful, and that's what to me is so exciting about the Working Communities Challenge, because $375,000 for a community is really impactful, along with that staff support that they get, which is not at the expense of the state, but provided by the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston.
Right, and I appreciate your answer to the question, because I think it's really difficult to understand, to get our arms around everything that's going on. However, I'm also concerned that many of the municipalities that may really be benefited by a $50,000 grant are not even going to be able to access that, because they don't have the expertise within a 3-person part-time board of selectmen or board of assessors to understand how to do that. So in $250,000, I can see an EDC, Economic Development Corporation, whether it be Somerset County or whether it be Southern Maine or Eastern Maine or whatever, those groups are going to be right there because they know how to do this, and bingo, they've grabbed the money. And at the same time, the town of Athens, who has 3 selectmen that work full-time and don't know anything about it, and they just have a part-time town clerk, aren't going to be able to access these funds. So I think that's one of the points that we need to be careful of. Thank you.
Representative Ducharme, I want to remind us to not get too far into work session here, and keep to clarifying questions. So
right. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Floyd, do you think it would be possible to get this committee sort of even a basic summary report of the different programs that the state offers for economic development?
I can do my best. Those certainly can reach out to folks on my team. I think it's a wide variety and perhaps some that we aren't even necessarily aware of, but I certainly can reach out to my colleagues at DECD and see what we can discover.
Yeah, if there is something there, I think it'd be helpful in making our decisions in the future. And then my question is, the program you're talking about is from the Federal Reserve of Boston. And so it's not really a state program, correct? The state kind of helps facilitate the application process, but.
We actually don't even facilitate the application process. So the state's commitment to the project was that it's a funding model, 1/3 state, 1/3 nonprofit, whether it be national or local philanthropic, and 1/3 private sector. So the state committed to 1/3 of the funding, which was done in the previous legislative session. It was done through a number of different avenues, through DHHS, MBRC, lots of different avenues. And the commissioner and I each do hold a seat on the steering committee as part of that process, but it's not overseen by the state at all.
But it's just partially funded by the state.
Correct, through different avenues. Yeah, that is correct.
Would it hurt to have additional programs that are also funded by the state, or?
Well, I don't think I could ever turn down any sort of programs around economic development funded by the state. That would be like turning down broadband money or something. But I do think, again, we have a lot to learn to make sure whatever it is that we do that's funded by the state is the most impactful to communities, especially sort of given any funding now that's coming in through ARPA.
So is your opposition to this bill that you don't think this is the best mechanism to fund community development?
I think that there are lots of ways to fund community development. I'm not sure it needs to be in statute. The Department of Economic and Community Development, that's part of our mission. But I also think there's opportunities to, again, I feel like I'm saying the same thing over and over again, but we really want the opportunity to learn from this Working Communities Challenge to see how we can be most impactful to communities.
Thank you. Thank you. And community members, I want to remind everyone, please check in for a follow-up. We've got a long day today, so we can't have really long conversations. So please do ask about follow-up questions to be recognized for follow-up. Representative Austin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Miss Kate.
Good morning.
You can repeat several times to hear it enough to reinforce it so it sticks with us. At least I'm speaking for myself, not for my colleagues, but valuable information is valuable information. Would it be appropriate, perhaps it's within that link, I'm not sure. I'd be interested to know the folks within Maine that have served I don't know what the parameters were. You said we had some Maine people that were serving somehow with this.
On the steering committee, everyone
Yes.
for the most part, everyone on the steering committee is from Maine. We tried to do a real wide variety representing every as many communities as we possibly can without creating too big of a steering committee, which wouldn't allow us to get any work done. Also representing as many different minority groups and just a real diverse group of people.
So would there be a list of that membership?
I don't believe it is on the website, but let me see what I can do about getting it for you.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Boy, for being here today. I appreciate it. I just wanted to clarify, maybe it's a misunderstanding on my part or I'm understanding it correctly. I'm not sure yet. So you had mentioned that the TIF program covered in statute would cover the ability to support programs at the municipal level. Mm-hmm. And I am familiar-ish with the TIF program because I'm a town councilor and we do have a TIF project currently active in our town right now. But it's my understanding that with TIF, it doesn't actually provide tax revenue to the town for a specified amount of time, whereas a grant program or a privately started company that would immediately, without having a TIF or any kind of other agreement with the municipality to start there, would provide revenue to the town. Am I understanding that correctly?
So I'm just looking at the statute, and there are so many intricacies of the TIF programs, and again, trying to understand them from DECD standpoint and as a town council standpoint. But it's my understanding that that you can take tax increment revenues within a development district that can be used for economic development funding for that municipal, for projects, so that you could potentially apply for a grant for, or you could use your MTIFs. So it's a very broad use of funds through the TIF program, as long as it has to do with economic development. So I don't necessarily present it as a total alternative to the grant programming that would be helpful for municipalities, but just another tool and another opportunity that's already established versus creating another grant program.
Thank you for that clarification.
Seeing no other questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Foy. And welcome, Mr. Goldberg. Welcome.
Hello, good morning.
You have the committee's attention.
Thanks. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing testimony neither for nor against LD 5 at 857 on behalf of Maine Municipal Association's Legislative Policy Committee. From the outset, I should say that Maine Municipal Association strongly opposes using state municipal revenue sharing to fund any grant program that would be proposed in this bill. Municipalities believe that it is quite unfair to take funds that are rightfully theirs, place restrictions and limits on it, and then ask municipalities to apply for it. Now, with that said, the bill's sponsor has communicated to MMA staff about the amendment mentioned earlier, and I just had a chance to look at it on your online testimony. So if this committee was to go forward with a amendment that strips this bill of that municipal state revenue sharing source, we would bring this back in front of our Legislative Policy Committee and see how they feel about it in its new iteration. And so with the information that's been discussed here today, all I can really say is we support the intent. We would love to have more options for economic development, specifically sustainable economic development, but never at the risk of giving up revenue sharing. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And if, like I said, a bill goes forward with a different fund source, we will submit new testimony prior to the work session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldberg. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Ms. Breton, are there any other folks in the queue to give testimony?
I do not have any others signed up.
Okay, I want to recap that I think I heard some requests for information. One from Ms. Foy regarding the kind of the landscape of economic development grants and opportunities. Was there, I would also ask Ms. Olson if there is, I'm curious about levels of grants in terms of like, are there kind of starter economic development grants out there, and then there's more advanced ones that people go for? What's, if there's anything that you can find in terms of the landscape on grant opportunities around economic development. Is there anything else that we need before we close this public hearing? Having received all the testimony, this public hearing for LD, and I've lost the number. Navigate to the wrong page.
That was 1087.
1087. Thank you very much. 857. I should just look at the right screen. Thank you very much. For the public hearing for LD 857 is now closed.
857, okay.
There we go. And let's see. That's what problem when we have too many screens in front of you.
Too much, yeah. Here we go.
Mr. Chair, I believe we're on 919 now.
Thank you very much. It was taking me too long to navigate that. I appreciate the assistance. So we'll now open up the public hearing for LD 919, an act to advance Maine's economic growth by investing in innovative next generation technology and research. And the chair recognizes the bill sponsor, Representative Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had requested that this bill be carried over as I was not ready to present it in its current form. I had emailed with you and Representative Roberts to request that.
So, and as a practice, once it's out of public hearing, we have to hold the public hearing. So if you would, we're happy to take that. So this was a concept bill, correct? So, right. So
yes, it's a concept draft, and I'm still working on the language. My goal is to make it as impactful for the state as possible and have it right before it's heard as a public hearing.
Great. Anything else you'd like to say on that before we go to we have to be open to other testimony and or any other questions from the committee members? Seeing no other questions, Ms. Breton, is there anyone in the queue for public testimony?
No, there is not.
Okay. Having held a public hearing on this and heard all testimony, then we will close the public hearing on LD 919. And Ms. Roberts, are you on the screen that says what the next bill is?
I am. We are on.
Representative Roberts. Thank you.
That's okay. LD 1005.
We'll now open the public hearing on LD 1005.
Great.
Quickly screening over there. So this is a resolve establishing the commission to study strategies to assist working class families in building wealth and achieving upward mobility. And is Representative Riley. Welcome,
Yep.
Representative Riley. You have the committee's attention.
Great. Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. I'm Morgan Riley, and I represent House District 34, which includes part of my hometown of Westbrook. I'm here today to present LD 1005, a resolve establishing the commission to study strategies to assist working class families in building wealth and achieving upward mobility. The COVID-19 pandemic has hurt working class families here in Maine and has further widened the geographic and racial wealth gaps in the state. We have the opportunity to bolster the economic security of working class Mainers, and we should do it. The ideas in this legislation have the ability to significantly help individuals as well as our entire state. U.S. savings bonds programs were first initiated in 1935 as a means for families to build their nest eggs and eventually as a way to help finance World War II. Today, saving bonds are still popular among those who are interested in making small investments for their future financial security. A baby bonds program will help Maine workers in addition to Maine businesses. American Roots, a factory I worked for in my hometown, is a union shop that makes clothing, including the only 100% American and union-made t-shirt. The owners, Ben and Whitney Waxman, do everything they can to support their workers, from providing a $15 minimum wage, union benefits, support for new Mainers navigating the immigration system, and more. A Babies Bonds program will help these Maine businesses who support and want to do more for their workers, especially businesses that are trying to revitalize and bring back good-paying manufacturing jobs here in the state. LD 1005 creates a commission to study and present strategies that will help working class families establish financial success to build wealth. The proposed commission would make recommendations on the feasibility of providing every child at birth a publicly funded bond to assist working class families and reduce racial and geographic wealth disparities across our state. According to 2018 US Census Bureau data, approximately 70,000 Mainers, or 5.3% of our population, live in deep poverty, meaning that they bring home an income that is less than 50% of the federal poverty level. It's at about 25,100 for a family of 4 in 2018. Additionally, an estimated 35,000 children in Maine live in poverty. Alarmingly, according to Maine Equal Justice, children under the age of 6 are the most likely age cohort in Maine to be poor, with 1 in 6 living below the poverty line. Both race and geography play a big role in one's ability to build wealth. According to Maine Equal Justice, while approximately 15% of white children lived in poverty in 2017, 40% of children from Maine's tribes and over 53% of Black or African American children lived in poverty. Additionally, rural areas suffer the largest rate of child poverty in Maine. In 2017, 27% of children in Washington County faced poverty, and 22% of children in Somerset County faced poverty. Across Maine, female-headed single-parent households are almost 3 times more likely to live in poverty than all households with children. This effort has been championed by many on a national level and has proven to be an effective means of leveling the financial playing field for working class families. The COVID-19 pandemic has increased financial stress for our communities, and it is time we examine solutions that provide stability and contribute to the economic growth of our state. I hope that a baby bonds program in Maine will let families across the state from Westbrook to Millinocket sleep better at night, knowing that their children will have an opportunity at entering the middle class. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions or to provide you with any information for your upcoming work session.
Thank you very much, Representative Riley. Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Riley, can you tell me what other states are implementing or considering projects like this? I think I did a little Google search and saw New Jersey was doing something.
Yeah,
like
so thank you, Representative Bailey, for your question. Yeah, New Jersey right now is, they've either started a pilot program or they're at least studying how that they could implement a program there. And of course, I mean, New Jersey Senator Cory Booker is well known for being a champion on baby bonds. But that's something that I think if we do have a study, I think that's something that maybe we should talk with our colleagues in New Jersey to see how their program is going and how it started and what we can learn from them.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Chairman Curry. I'm wondering, Representative Riley, if you can tell me, how do baby bonds, as it's put here, differ from Section 529 investments made through, like with the Alphon program and so forth? Can you kind of differentiate for me for that? Because I know the Section 529 can be used for education. What is the money in these baby bonds ultimately the goal to be? If it's to build wealth, I don't know how that's going to happen.
So, I mean, they're typically used. So, I mean, they can be used for however they can be seen fit to be used, whether that is being used for putting a down payment on a house in the future, or helping fund either undergraduate or graduate education, or being able to help start a business. I mean, again, this is a study. I think from what the research that I've done, the parameters are pretty flexible.
Good.
Representative Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it sounds, I mean, you said this is being done nationally, but then you only talked about New Jersey. And then that's just something new. It's not really proven or any statistics on it. I'm kind of concerned about how this is being introduced. How can you explain nationally that this is being done?
A bit more like nationally, like this has been like starting to kind of enter the national conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Riley, for bringing this forward. I would like to know more about the difference between the title, the resolve establishing the commission to study strategies, to Section 5, where the duties, it becomes very clear that this is about publicly funded bonds. And I'm not familiar with what Maine has done to study strategies to assist working class families in building wealth and achieving upward mobility. And I think that that is critical for Maine thriving. So I'm curious why the focus on baby bonds, why the bill isn't that more than this resolve to study an overall situation.
I mean, I thought it would be, I think it would be an issue that is worth looking into. If I had an answer, then I would have put forward not a resolution, I would put forward an act. But the research that I've done, I've looked at, I've just been impressed with the idea of baby bonds. And I think it's something that the state of Maine could look into.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very, Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Representative Pebworth, thank you for that question. I think it's very helpful. How, Representative Riley, how do you think this would help, or could we some way incorporate in this helping our demographic problems and bringing into, people into Maine to help with our economic needs as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think that a babies bonds program could attract younger families and also retain younger families here in the state of Maine. I'm 25 years old. I would love to eventually have a family here in the state of Maine. I think so many people my age. And I think it's getting harder and harder to do so here, just with the cost of living and housing increases, that it's kind of squeezing a lot of young families out of here, the state. And I think this could be maybe a way that could help retain them here.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions. Thank you very much, Representative Riley. Ms. Breton, are there any folks in the queue to give testimony? Ms. Breton?
There are not, Senator.
There are not? So having heard all the testimony, we'll declare this public hearing closed. Ms. Olson, could you make sure to bring us some information on the New Jersey's program?
Yes, I will. I'm not familiar with it, but I'll look into what, if anything, New Jersey is doing and pull any other research articles or other information on similar types of programs that may be enacted or being studied.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll now open up, let's see, back to the correct day and time. Today's the 13th. That was 10:10:05. We'll now open up the LD. This is our last one scheduled for the morning. LD 1168, an act to license operators of personnel hoists. Representative Roberts is the bill sponsor, and you have the committee's attention.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Senator Curry and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. I am Tiffany Roberts, and I represent House District 6, which includes the majority of North and South Berwick. And I'm here today to present LD 1168, an act to license operators of personal hoists. This bill establishes the Elevator Advisory Board and requires licensure of operators of personal hoists. The Elevator Advisory Board that is created in this bill is not new. It has previously existed but was disbanded, and this bill is seeking to reestablish the board. If you have lived in or visited any of the larger cities in Maine, you've noticed more high-rise buildings being built. What's not often thought of is the actual construction of these buildings, which would not be possible without the outdoor elevators. In an ideal situation, a licensed elevator mechanic who is a member of the International Union of Elevator Constructions, the IUEC, would work in tandem with an operating engineer who is a member of the International Union of Operating Engineers, the IUOE, to install and ensure the safety of the hoist. Right now, that doesn't happen in Maine. Currently, the IUEC mechanic completes the install and in most cases turns the unit over to someone who has limited to no experience with the unit. One of the biggest concerns of the elevator mechanics is that many different people operating the hoist may not know or understand the safety of the mechanism in place, which is a major problem in regards to work and rider safety. Also, to clear up some confusion regarding this bill, it is about hoist/elevators, does not include ski lifts. As drafted, that is my understanding. That is also not the intention of the bill. And I just have to say, after kind of sleeping on this last night a little bit, I am aware that this committee has been tasked with a number of safety-related bills. And what I would offer is that in life in general, more specifically in business, and even more specifically in construction, that we need to be proactive about safety and not reactive, not wait for something to happen. And if we're being given the tools to implement these safety measures, then I wonder what we might be waiting for. My inclination is that the department may not be in favor or neither for nor against this bill, whether it be for financial constraints. So I would suggest, if the committee was to move forward, that we could do a public hearing sunrise review rather than put the financial burden and staff burden on the department. I'm also aware that the stakeholders following me have offered to help implement the board, which would also ease some of the financial burden on the department. So I really feel that we don't want to hold policy and safety measures back in the construction industry due to any constraints that might be had as far as staffing or resources when there are parties willing to help. I want to thank the committee very much for their time and consideration. There are plenty of experts to follow that can answer the more technical questions. I'm happy to answer any general questions to the best of my ability and absolutely provide any information for the work session that you might need.
Thank you very much, Representative Roberts. And Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Roberts, the state currently regulates elevators inside buildings, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's
okay. Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Roberts, I've got a couple friends that happen to live right near me. They both work for Otis, the elevator. They're professionals. They go around and fix the elevators and set them up and everything. I can try to get some information from them too on what their thoughts are on this for the work session. But I just thought I'd let you know that I do have some people in the area that's professionals about it. So if that helps.
Thank you, Senator.
And the chair recognizes Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Roberts, for bringing this before us today. I'm just curious about the need for licensure instead of it's my understanding that there are safety trainings around doing these elevator hoists that they're required to perform under the purview of the companies that are operating them. And I'm just curious why this route and not the safety route that's already in place.
I would probably defer that to the gentleman coming after me to better kind of lay out why what we have is not as good as a licensure and why that would be more safe and kind of what the norm is. I don't want to speak too much to something that I'm not an expert in.
Okay, thank you. I'll hold my question for them then.
Okay.
Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Roberts, you said that the advisory board was disbanded. Can you tell us about that history?
I believe the commissioner can probably provide a little bit more background. It's a little bit complicated. It went and sat with another department for a while, I understand, and then came back and then was disbanded. But I know the commissioner can explain it a lot better.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions. Thank you very much, Representative Roberts.
Thank you.
And we will now go to those speaking for the bill and other co-sponsors. So welcome, Representative Cuddy.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Scott Cuddy, and I live in Winterport. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankport, Searsport, and Swanville. And I'm here today to testify in favor of LD 1168. At its heart, this bill is about the safety of the workers on a job site. I haven't worked on a high-rise building in Maine, but I know that I would want every assurance that an outdoor elevator operator I was using to get to my job each day and that was run by a qualified and trained individual. As an electrician, the work that I do each day on a job site can affect the safety of everybody around me. If I run temporary lights and power, it's done in such a way that it can be easily identified in the panel if there's a problem. Are there wires installed to keep are the wires installed to keep the women and men I work around from coming into contact with energized conductors? The safety of the men and women I work with is part of my job as an electrician, and everyone on the job knows that I have a base level of knowledge because I'm licensed. I believe this should be the same for an operator of a personnel hoist. I don't know much about the technical aspects of running a lift like these, but I know that I want the person in charge of it to be an expert. She or he is part of a crew that is responsible for me returning safely home from a hard day's work each afternoon. Working men and women deserve to know that that person is qualified. I thank you all for your time and attention to this bill, and I urge you to vote in favor of 1168, and will answer any questions to the best of my ability.
Senator Searway, do you have a question, or is your hand left up from the last time? Oh, thank you.
Oh, I thought the senator was just waving hello. That was what that was.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Representative Cuddy? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative Cuddy. Ms. Breton, I will ask, is Christopher Carey in the attendee list? You could bring in Christopher Carey and Adam Good. Welcome, Mr. Carey. You have the the committee's attention. I think we're getting a echo, but I will mute myself.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, Chair Curry, Chair Roberts, and members of the Innovation Development, Economic Advancement, and Business Community. My name is Christopher Carey. I am the legislative representative for the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 4. I am speaking on behalf of over 5,200 members of the Operating Engineers, Local 4. Our membership is made up of heavy equipment operators, mechanics, apprentices, equipment house employees, surveyors, wastewater technicians, and some public sector employees. Some of our most recognizable members are the operators that you see replacing and repairing Maine's infrastructure, and the crane operators carefully building the new buildings that shape our skylines. Local 4 fully supports LD 1168, an act to license operators of personal hoist. A licensed operator operating personal hoist means that you will have someone with the basic knowledge of how the hoist works and safety mechanisms in place and the state laws that will apply to the operation. Many of the operating engineers and Local 4 members operate personal hoists. In the state of Massachusetts, they have at least shown the basic knowledge for the operation and the state laws required. We spend a lot of time and money on those members so they have the most up-to-date training. We understand that running a hoist is a critical part of the job and also needs to be the safest as well. They are moving people from floor to floor on the outside of the building. These hoists are set up temporarily from job to job and need to have competent person inspecting them and knowing how they work. This is why we believe that there should be a license in place that shows one has the knowledge necessary to operate the hoist in the state of Maine. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carey. Are there any questions for Mr. Carey? Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Carey, for coming before us today. I'm curious, you said in the state of Massachusetts, there's a licensure program for this already. What is the process that an individual has to go through to get licensed, and how is that compared to receiving safety training through a company?
So thank you for your question. In the state of Massachusetts, you have to apply for a license. Then you have to go take a written test that shows that you have the basic knowledge of how that hoist works, the safety mechanisms set up, safety protocols, and also the state laws that have been established. So I haven't seen a company's protocol of how they do things. So it would be unfair to kind of compare.
May I follow up?
Please, Representative Cullimore.
Thank you very much. And just as a follow-up, the way the bill is written, I just wanted to clarify that the intent was not to include items like scissor lifts, which would also move individuals on a construction site from levels. Is that correct, that your reading of this as well is not including scissor lifts, which I do know that many companies already have safety trainings for?
Right. My intention, the way I read it is the outside hoist, the outside elevator.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Carey, I'm not sure if you would be the best one to answer this, or if somebody coming after you would know more, but I'm familiar with an elevator inside the building. I press the button, it goes up, it works on its own. There's very little that an operator actually needs to do. So can you explain to me what the difference with an outside hoist is and how the operator actually plays or what role the operator plays in making that go up and down to the right spot and stay safe?
Yep. So these are, I'm sure some of my colleagues will be able to speak to it as well, but these are temporary elevators set up on the outside of the building. So the operator is pulling a lever and lining that hoist up with each floor. So it's a lot more than just pushing a button. There's capacities that you'd have to follow, and also the safety mechanisms that you can access and potentially could have errors. A lot more elements are on the outside of the building rather than the inside.
Thank you, Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey, am I correct that the operator is inside the elevator? They're not external to it. They're not running it from somewhere else. They're inside the elevator. The hoist is, they're running it up and down. Is that correct?
Correct. They're inside that individual elevator car and running it from inside that.
Great. Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. So Mr. Carey, as I read this, it sounds like there's an inspection process for the hoist itself and then a license for those who operate the hoist. So I know so little about this area. So if you would indulge me. So are there just a few companies who show up on a site and bring the equipment to create the hoist? And then it's one of the people on the job site who takes over the running of that hoist? Do I have that correct? Or
So yes, the elevator constructor would install that hoist, assemble it and install it, and inspect it. And then they put it into service, in which case the operating engineer or, in the state of Maine, it could be anybody if they're unlicensed, but would go in and move, facilitate the moving of personnel and material for the duration of the job, in which when the job's over, the elevator constructor then comes in and removes that outside hoist. I hope that answers the question.
it does, thank you. If I can have one follow-up question.
Go
I
ahead.
know that in healthcare, where I work, we are always looking to anticipate and be proactive, and we're always interested in really looking at near misses. Do you have a sense, is this bill being brought forward because you feel like there have been near misses, that it's just a matter of time before we see something happen?
I would say that, there's definitely a possibility if you have multiple people just jumping into an outside elevator and bringing it up to their floor, then getting off, and then somebody else going in there using it to go down. And it could be hundreds of, there could be a lot of people running that hoist to complete their necessary job. And if somebody's unaware of a situation, I do think that it brings a significant amount of risk to that job.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Mr. Carey.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Good. Welcome, Mr. Good. You have the committee's attention.
Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Adam Good. I am the Legislative and Political Director of the Maine AFL-CIO. We represent 40,000 working people in the state of Maine. We work to improve the lives and working conditions of our members and of all working people. We support LD 1168. This bill makes two changes that will protect the safety of workers related to the use of elevators and outside hoists. It establishes the Elevator Advisory Board, and it requires licensure of working people who operate personnel hoists. We work with two affiliate unions, the International Union of Elevator Constructors and the International Union of Operating Engineers, who would be involved in elevator work and installation of a hoist. Under current practice in Maine, the IUEC mechanic completes the installation and turns it over to someone who has limited or no experience with the unit. It is important that the people operating a hoist understand the safety mechanisms in place. A licensure system would help fix this problem. More and more buildings are being constructed vertically in our state. This means we see outside elevators and outside hoists on construction sites on a regular basis. We work closely with IUOE Local 4, who are leaders in their industry and who follow high standards in operating, training, and safety. IUOE Local 4 has shared that after an elevator is installed by a licensed elevator mechanic, there is not a licensed operating engineer to turn that elevator over to. So someone who understands safety and operating issues related to the hoist can be there to help. We anticipate that IUOE and IUEC leaders can share with the committee the specific skills their trained staff are carrying out on job sites regularly. Any heavy equipment operation poses some level of threat to worker and public safety. IUOE is heavily invested in joint labor management training programs that are committed to safety, ensuring operating engineers are working on job sites, and that elevator constructors have oversight from an advisory board will help protect public safety, everyone's safety. There are currently safety concerns in having an unlicensed person work in an elevator hoist. If an elevator car has unintended movement, there is a potential situation that could put people in danger. In terms of the elevator advisory board issue, I think you're all familiar that elevators are very dangerous. In particular, if a person who's not familiar with the hazards associated to an elevator is involved in that work, there can be situations that develop. The easy, common scenario that people think of in terms of elevators is a person enters the hoistway to retrieve an item that they've dropped prior to an elevator being made safe by a licensed professional. For that reason, we strongly support the reinstatement of the elevator advisory board. Everybody knows how an elevator works. Everybody knows that it's dangerous. Everybody, I think, knows that it could be easy for a person to, in the heat of the moment, reach in the wrong place to grab something and something bad could happen. So we think these have relevant exceptions for short-term emergency operations as is listed in the bill, and we urge your support for LD 1168.
Thank you very much, Mr. Good. Are there questions for Mr. Good? Senator, Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard you say the word of reinstate the advisory board. Now, what was the cause why it disappeared? And also, why is there going to be an added cost when you go and license? Because it seems like there'll be a smaller amount of people that'll be qualified. And that's the other question I have is how is this going to affect the numbers of people qualified and the cost, and also why reinstatement?
To your first question, I would love to know the answer to that. I think that in terms of a public debate about an issue, it cuts both ways. Clearly, there was a reason to have it before. Clearly, somebody thought they should get rid of it. Not being an elevator operator or knowing about elevators, I've testified on some elevator bills in the past, and I think the important aspect is that they function like a guillotine. That there is swinging aspects to an elevator, and that if somebody is in a building and they don't exactly know how to, I think the licensure technical term is quote unquote made safe, and that the elevator professional deems when something is made safe and knows that dynamic. Your second question, in terms of how many people or what the fees would be like, I don't know the exact answer to that. I know that these licensure systems are largely funded through the fees based on the applicant and the licensee. And so the amount of people that are licensed impacts how much money is coming in and that dynamic. It doesn't, in my mind, feel like this is a scenario where this work has become more dangerous recently. I think it has more to do with the fact that there are more large buildings being built in Maine. So I think in recent years, we've just seen more projects like this. So the need for an outside hoist, a personnel hoist, is just much more common. This is not, growing up, this is not anything I saw in Bangor or the other small towns I lived in. It was when I went to Boston for the first time as a young adult, where it's like, oh, there's these big things. And you're just starting to see more construction projects like that. And so I don't think that there's been an incident or a change other than just Maine is changing. We're building more large buildings. And so by default, we're having more people do this type of work, and we've just never had to think about it before.
Just to follow up on that. When you're saying, bigger buildings, and I understand that, but, being in law enforcement, we'd have to learn how to use different things like radar, or we'd have to do spike mats and if we get licensed for everything, it gets very difficult. And I didn't know if it's just a matter of signing off on safety equipment for that to be able to be an operator, rather than going through a whole licensing program, which then it's going to limit the numbers of people available to do that. And that's the question I have.
Yeah, I think we want there to be enough people to do the work, but we also don't want to lead the public on and lead job sites on by thinking that we have enough people when we don't actually. So,
yeah,
that cuts both ways. And I suspect that there are, very real dynamics that make this different than what Representative Hassenfuss recommended. It's not a person just pushing a button, that there is weather at play. We know that weather in Maine is a big deal. And so I think that there are, just a totally different dynamic with a structure on the outside of a building in Maine versus a structure on the inside of a building, and all of the different things that play with that I'm not licensed to talk about really.
Yeah. Thank you. That's the question I had. So if you can bring back the work session, any statistics on that or anything on maybe the cost factor, would it raise the cost to have somebody qualified as a licensee compared to just somebody that's gone through a safety program and signed off? What would the difference be, and how that's going to affect the numbers?
Okay.
Thank you.
Helpful.
Chair recognizes Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Good, for being here today. Other than we've already heard that Massachusetts has this kind of program, what other states, in your knowledge, also have licensure for these outside hoists?
I do not know the answer to that. I hope somebody that comes after me can answer it, and I'm sure that I can figure that one out if it's not answered today.
Mr. Chair, may I follow up? I just, Ms. Olson, if you could provide that information if we don't get it answered today, that would be very helpful for work session. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Good?
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, appreciate it. Ms. Olson, one of the things that would be helpful to find out, and this may be from one of our folks that are here that give testimony, or if are an interested party, I'm really curious about the training that currently goes on, like if there is a structured training for people that run hoists and what that looks like. Again, my experience, I have zero experience on hoist outside of buildings, so my experience relates to standing inside a building in an elevator, and I get that would be different. So being able to find out what the current kind of standard is for training for hoist operators would be helpful. So, and if there is a standard. With that, Ms. Breton, is there anyone else here to give testimony? Thank you.
We have two more in favor.
Great, thank you very much. Mr. Burr, the floor is yours. Do you have the attention of the committee?
Thank you, Sarah. Just so you can see behind me, that is an outside hoist in my back picture there, so you can see what that is. Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Robert Burr. I reside in the town of Scarborough, Maine. I am the business representative for the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 4. I am here to testify in support of LD 1168 and act to license operators of personnel hoist. Maine is growing. Our landscape is expanding. With this growth, buildings are being constructed vertically. The outside elevator and hoist is an essential part of construction process to move men, women, and materials to the respective floors. Hoist and elevator operators play a crucial role on these job sites. The IUOE is proud to lead the industry with the highest standards in operations, training, and safety. We have brought LD 1168 to this committee because Maine has yet to adopt any standards when it comes to the operator of the hoist. Currently, the elevator is to be installed and erected by a licensed elevator mechanic. These are typically done by our brothers and sisters in the IUEC. Once completed, the elevator mechanic signs off and turns it over. There isn't a licensed operator to turn it over to that understands all the operational and safety components of the hoist by law, which is an issue. Train operators in hoist elevator operations should know all the safety and industry standards. Some of the standards that go with the proper operation of the elevator hoist are listed. Now that's on my testimony. I can read them all off, but in the interest of time, I'll let you read those. The IUOE Local 4 represents heavy equipment operators, mechanics, and construction sector throughout Massachusetts, New Hampshire, as well as all the men and women right here in Maine. Through our extensive training and apprenticeship programs, the IUOE Local 4 turns out safest, most productive operators in the construction industry. Joint labor management training programs of the IUOE invest approximately $125 million annually on training nationwide. I hope my outlining of a commitment to training and safety shows why I appear before you today to advocate for LD 1168. In other states, the IUEC and the IUOE work together to ensure the elevator hoist is properly erected and turned over to a licensed operator that will ensure public safety is paramount. The state of Maine can be at the forefront of making sure properly trained, licensed, and safety conscious operators are running the outside construction elevators in our state. Thank you for your time and consideration to this legislation. I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burr. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Burr, for being here today.
Thank you.
I'm curious, does OSHA already have safety standards in place that apply to these elevator operating conditions?
I believe they do, yes.
And are those standards not, I'm sorry, follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Are those standards not as restrictive as what you're hoping to have through a licensure program, or would they be part of the licensure program?
Absolutely be part of it. I mean, listen, you have to understand that these hoists are beginning to start to pop up now in the state, okay? And I've heard some of your questions, and one of the big issues we're having is that there's not one person delegated for all the trades that are on these jobs with all these men and women working. So if you get multiple people on this hoist, that raises a concern. So there's not one person that's like has all the safety, knows all the safety features. So anyone can get in that hoist and run it up and down, no problem. But the more people you get involved in it, that disrupts the process. So what we're saying is you have one licensed operator that goes by those OSHA standards that we know, we train for, the better off we're going to be doing this.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing no other questions. Thank you, Mr. Burr.
Thank you.
And Chair recognizes Mr. Robert Graham. Welcome, Mr. Graham. You have the committee's attention.
Yes, good morning, Senator Curry, Representatives Roberts, and the members of the Innovation Development and Economic Advisement and Business Committee. My name is actually David Morgan. I'm sitting in for Mr. Graham because he had a family emergency at the last moment, and he asked me to testify here today. I hope that's okay.
Are you doing your testimony, or are you reading off Mr. Graham's testimony?
No, sir. This is my testimony. And
okay.
My testimony only. So
you have the floor.
Yeah. I apologize for my appearance. I actually hiked Mount Katahdin this weekend and picked up a whole bunch of poison something. So if I'm scratching, I apologize.
Could you say your name one more time, please?
David Morgan.
David Morgan. Thank you very much.
So I'm here to testify in favor of LD 1168. just to set the table a little bit, I'm a qualified elevator inspector, which is a nationally recognized inspection program that, in fact, Maine represents. I'm a licensed elevator mechanic. I'm an instructor of qualified elevator inspectors, as well as an instructor for the National Elevator Industry Education Program. I sit on multiple ASME committees, including one today for remote interaction operation. And I'm also a member of the Elevator Board of Regulations in the state of Massachusetts. I'm testifying in favor of this bill because of the advisory board that this creates. The board in Maine that wasn't actually an advisory board in the past, that was dismantled in 2013, actually was tasked with regulation. This board here is to be put in place to actually assist Commissioner Head and her folks with decisions being made in terms of elevator code and in regulation. It's not a regulatory board, so to speak. It's more of an advisory board, strictly to assist Commissioner Head. In this day of elevator technology, and technology as a whole, the elevator equipment and the technology behind them becoming more and more involved. The safety factor with some of these electronics has become, concerning to many. So without having people from the industry reporting to the state, some things may be passed through, whether it be regulation or law, for that matter, statute, that may not be in the best interest of the riding public and those elevator constructors that work in the state of Maine. The technology itself in elevators used to change every 10, 15, 20 years, and now it seems to be changing every 10, 15, 20 days. The fact of the matter is there's equipment out there that you can actually call, as a rider with your cell phone, call the elevator down. But there's also equipment now that can be repaired, reset, and worked on remotely. And those are obvious concerns for everybody and for everybody's safety. So having people from the industry to help out in these regulations would be paramount. Just Maine actually adopts the A17.1 ASME elevator code document. That code book is upgraded, so to speak, every 3 years. That A17.1 document also has supporting documents for wheelchair lifts, for suspension means, for so on and so forth. And those documents are upgraded every 3 years as well, but they're not all done at the same time. So it wouldn't be uncommon for the state to have to actually review the ASME code on an annual basis, depending on the type of product that you're talking about dealing with, and so on and so forth. So these national codes.
Mr. Morgan, can you wrap up in the next 1 or 2 sentences?
Absolutely. I wanted to make that point that they do change every 3 years, and the annual changes are very concerning. So having this committee, this advisory board, would be advantageous to those riding elevators in the state of Maine, as well as those working on elevators in the state of Maine. And I thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you very much. Other questions for Mr. Morgan? Chair recognizes Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is less for Mr. Morgan and more for Ms. Olson. If we could get a copy of those ASME standards that was referenced before the work session, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Morgan? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, one second. Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Graham, I'm just trying to figure out how these construction elevators work and what the operator does. It's completely foreign to me. So if you can just explain the role of the operator, not the engineer and the mechanic who set it up, but the actual person driving it, so to speak.
Sure, sure. And, you know, I'm very familiar with those. I've actually worked on them myself on the installs. But the operating engineer that runs this equipment is highly trained, not only for, you know, getting the elevator in at a level so that people don't trip and fall and so on and so forth, but so that the equipment is not overloaded. So that engineer, the operating engineer or the operator of that hoist is tasked with making sure that he doesn't overload, which is an A10.4 ASME personnel hoist, but it's the overloading of material and the overloading of people that are on the car. That's one of the biggest concerns. Not to mention, as they ride it, they understand the intricacies of the equipment, so that they know that if something is failing or appears to be failing, they can take it out of service. I hope that answers your question. I'm sorry.
Representative Hasafus?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think without actually being there and seeing it, it's hard to know exactly what they do. But I think that's sufficient.
Great. Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just kind of was texting an elevator operator. He fixes elevators, whatever. He said that back in 1980s, he remembers a Portland incident happening where he said that the person should have been better trained. Now, what I'm asking is what difference would be the licensing compared to the training that they get currently to operate those? Seems like it probably wouldn't be much difference other than the formality of taking the test, and maybe they do take the test still, but they just don't get the license. What is the difference?
Senator, I mean, being an elevator constructor and not an operating engineer, I don't have the specifics. However, I do know that the training that the operating engineers go through is intensive. I'm not sure of the training that goes on with a non-licensed operator, but for those that are riding it, I mean, there's so many things that could go wrong in certain situations on jobs. If there's an accident on the job, if there's an injury on the job, a lot of times these things are utilized, these outside hoists are utilized by the emergency responders. There's escape hatches in the roof of these units that if you don't have somebody that's trained, somebody could actually open the escape hatch and bring in equipment that might be 10, 15 feet long. Because it doesn't fit in the elevator, they stick it out of the top of the elevator, and as that's running up, many times there's a counterweight that's running down, and that could be catastrophic if that equipment makes contact with something else on the side of the building or in the within the hoist itself. So there's a lot to the training. It's not simply just pressing a button and going up to a floor. There's an awful lot of safety training for those construction workers on site. Not to mention, they're not in a hoistway. So if anything was to fall off of this equipment, many times it's right along the busy street. So all of that has to be taken into consideration, and all of that, needs to be done through training. And that's what the engineers have quite a bit of training. Thank you, Senator.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chair. Well, I was just thinking, like in fire departments, they have the big ladders, trucks and whatever, and they're not getting licensed just to operate the ladder truck, but they have to be trained for it and meet certifications or whatever. And that's what I'm wondering, if they could just go through like a certification program, that they just be certified in it.
I mean, look, there's always possibilities, Senator, for, training without licensing. But when you take it to that level of licensing, you have, you guaranteed that training happens, because usually with licensing, there's a test that comes along with that. And then in addition to that, there's continuing education that has to happen on an annual basis. I know for an elevator license, an elevator mechanics license, which those guys from Otis, I probably know exactly who you're talking about, but those guys have to renew their license annually. And I actually teach the class, the review class, for their license, in many states for continuing education. And like I said, code changes, for elevators, code changes at a minimum every 3 years. So I think that, the training for the operating engineers is similar in that sense, that everything is updated on an annual basis. And just real quick, in the state of Massachusetts, what they've done is they've actually put in an emergency firefighters emergency operation, so that when if something was to happen on the building, the firefighters can actually commandeer this equipment and utilize it. But there's an awful lot of training. It's not simply just pressing a button. I don't mean to ramble, but thank you for the question, Senator.
Thank you.
Mr. Morgan, I'm not entirely clear on this. Is there anything that prevents, anything that requires training right now? Like, could I be hired today and someone, kind of brings me into the lift and shows me a few buttons and says, go for it? Is that, or is there like documented training that must happen right now?
Not that I'm aware of. I do not believe that there is any documented training. So somebody could just simply walk on and be considered the operator of that A10.4 personnel hoist.
So it's up to the company's own safety standards and risk management right now.
Yes. Yes, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Morgan? Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Ms. Breton, I see is Commissioner Head in the attendee list?
Yes, she is, and there's two other people that would also like to speak against this bill.
Okay. And let's start with Commissioner Head. Welcome, Commissioner Head.
Thank you very much, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee. My name is Ann Head. I'm the Commissioner for the DPFR and the Director of the Office of Professional Licensing within it. I'm here today to speak in opposition to LD 1168. I want you to understand that although we oppose the bill, please know that should a policy decision be made to regulate as proposed, of course, we would undertake the implementation of such a bill as we would under any other circumstance. My opposition is based on three basic points. First, creating a standalone board for this small number of personnel hoist operators is unnecessary and a regulatory burden for the licensees. I am unclear as I'm listening exactly how many operators we're talking about in Maine. So that would need to be cleared up. Second, there's no identified public harm from continuing regulation under the existing elevator safety program, which includes a process for regulating personnel hoists. And third, the proposal would trigger a sunrise review for which we have stated that we have limited capacity and a growing list of possible subjects for review. To be more specific, creating a standalone board at this point is not necessary. These hoists, and there have been 5 total used in Maine, and I acknowledge that they may be used more in the future as construction continues in larger cities. They all conform to ANSI A10.4 for personnel hoists. They are used for temporary construction and were previously installed and later removed. So they are temporary. 2 in 2014, 1 in 2016, 1 in 2018, and 1 in 2019. BIW has 3 structures that are not temporary and remain up during the shipbuilding process. I am not aware of any identified public harm in Maine that would necessitate creating an additional regulatory process and Regulatory Board. In accordance with Maine law and rule and ANSI A10.4, Maine requires plans for personnel hoists to be submitted to and approved by the state's chief elevator inspector, and the hoist to be installed by a registered elevator contractor, registered with a board that employs Maine licensed elevator mechanics and is inspected by a state elevator inspector. The owner of the hoist employs and trains their personnel, hoist operators, who must maintain an operational maintenance and inspection log. LD 1168 would establish a new licensing board by removing part of an existing licensing program from OPOR's Elevator and Tramway Safety Program. The new board would require 10 board members plus staff and inspectors. Currently, as director, I employ technical staff with expertise in both elevators and tramways who serve all aspects of the safety program. To my knowledge, there has been no identified failure of the current program, which for public safety purposes would necessitate a withdrawal from the existing program. The establishment of a new licensing board and the expansion of scope of authority to include new regulation of hoist operators triggers the Sunrise Review Act. And I'm sure you've heard enough about that at this point. As we've noted before, the department does not have the capacity to undertake Sunrise reviews without appropriate funding, and whether to request a Sunrise review is certainly a policy decision for the committee. It is worth noting that this bill, in connection with LD 210 and LD 195, would require recruiting an additional 27 voluntary board members. And I can't tell you how difficult it is to recruit and maintain members of the industry and the public to serve as volunteers. And my final comment is, this bill doesn't describe an advisory board. If you look at the bill itself, every decision is made by the board, not the commissioner. So this is not an advisory board. This is a regulatory program. And I don't see the need for that. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer questions now or at the work session.
Thank you, Commissioner Head. Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Head, I just was wondering what's your thoughts about, instead of licensing, a certified certificate to show that they are been trained and appropriately for that elevator, if that could be maybe even an amendment to put in this.
That's an interesting idea. I don't see any reason why the existing program could not require certification of training for this particular operator or class of operators. That could easily be added to the current program under the office.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Head. It's lovely to see you again today. I'm just curious, you had mentioned that Bath Iron Works has ones that are permanently in place currently. So would those not be covered under this because they're not considered temporary?
It is my understanding that they would be covered by this, even though they are less than temporary. But it's just that they work with a structure that shifts. So they leave it up and then attach it to the hull or whatever they're working on.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
So keeping that in mind then, would this also apply to the hoists that window washers use on tall buildings?
It's very similar to what you're describing, but I wouldn't make that, I'm not sure how those, it's certainly a structure, but it's a different kind of structure. I don't know what training is involved there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Head, can you give us a little bit of the history of the elevator board? What you mentioned the current program, and I'm not sure I have a clear understanding of what the current program is and how that compares to what was before that ended in 2013.
Yes, I can. In 1996, there were two programs in the Department of Labor here in Maine. It was the Boiler and Pressure Vessel Program and the Elevator and Tramway Program. I was not on scene when the decision was made by the administration to move those two programs into O4. But we dealt with it as they came to us, and the board members who were in place at DOL came with the program, they came to us. And over time, I realized that the nature of the discussion was not, I don't want to say this in a way that demeans anyone, but the discussion was not at the level that I thought it should be. I then went about recruiting a chief elevator and tramway inspector. And I found someone in John Burpee who had the highest level of training and accreditation and certification for both programs. And over time, board members began to defer to him as the expert. And as a staff employee of mine, I relied on John, and still do every day, to make sure our safety standards are up to date. When enough board members retired or resigned for one reason or another, and we couldn't recruit replacements, the board meetings ceased, and there was a bill, as there is every session, about inactive boards and commissions. And these two boards came up on a list. And at the time, it seemed the appropriate thing to do would be to allow the board concept to recede. And we went into the future with a competent and qualified staff, both on the elevator and the tramway side. And we have done that ever since, and it has worked very well. And that's where we are today. So reinstating or reestablishing a board is certainly something this committee could do. I personally do not think it's necessary.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for Commissioner Head? Chair recognizes Representative Pedworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Head. The chief inspector, who sounds very qualified indeed, is currently not working in the field because he's a staff member in your department?
No, he's in the field. He's a direct report to me, but he and his staff work in the field doing inspections and field work.
May I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. And can you help me understand the breadth of the bill before us? Personal hoists is in the title, but then elevators throughout. And maybe you could tell me a bit more about the chief inspector and the inspections that he does out in the field.
I would be happy to have him come to the work session and explain that to you.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions for Commissioner Head, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you very much.
And is Ms. Breton, who is left in the attendance list? Is that Mr. Dirk Gowans?
Mr. Gowans and Mr. Martin.
Mr. Gowans, okay. Please bring them both in. Mr. Gowans.
Yes, Senator, thank you.
Welcome. You have the attention of the committee.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the IDEA Committee. My name is Dirk Gowans, and I am the Executive Director of the Ski Maine Association, a not-for-profit organization that represents the interests of the Alpine and Nordic ski centers in the state of Maine. Please accept our opposition to LD 1168, an act to license operators of personnel hosts. Let me first address that earlier we heard from Representative Roberts that this bill was not meant to affect the ski areas in the state or ski lifts. Unfortunately, that's not the way the bill is written, and I'll address that towards the end of my testimony. To be clear, Ski Maine does not oppose the licensing of operators of personnel hoists. However, the title of this bill bears little relationship to the actual language of the bill. If the sponsors were only interested in licensing operators of personnel hoists, then they should have included only language to that effect, which is contained on page 5, line 30, through page 6, line 24. The balance of the bill's 10 pages are devoted to the creation of an oversight board and rewriting current statutes to accommodate this newly created board, which the Maine legislature determined to be obsolete and unnecessary in the 2013-2014 session. Since then, when the Maine legislature abolished the Maine Tramway and Elevator Board, jurisdiction over tramways and elevators has been delegated to the Commissioner of the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation and the Chief Inspector, who we just heard from. Ski Maine and its members have full faith that these individuals have done their job with complete integrity and impartiality. We see no reason to create another committee to muddy the waters. Further, the proposed makeup of the 10-member oversight board has no representative from the tramway industry. Yet this board would be directed to oversee rulemaking for tramways, inspectors, and mechanics. The prior abolished 1314 committee was made up of 7 members with 3 members from the tramway industry. We do not support a group of people who work in the elevator industry being allowed to control, oversee, provide technical assistance, hear appeals, and be given rulemaking authority for an industry that they know little or perhaps nothing about. Ski Maine would withdraw this opposition to the bill if the sponsors amend the bill to only include language which addresses the title of the bill, an act to oversee operators of personnel hoists. We'll continue to oppose this bill and the creation of an oversight board, regardless of makeup, if the remaining portion of the bill continues to be included. And Senator and Representative of the committee, I'd just like to quickly address a couple things. So this document, which I'll show you here, and unfortunately my lighting here is really bad, but this is the current statutes that we have right now. And you'll see that it is the laws and rules for the tramway and elevator industry. And I'd also like to point out that this document here, this book that we have here, and again, I apologize for the lighting here, but this is ANSI B77. This is the laws and rules which regulate the tramway industry. This is a 200-page document that we use as our Bible for ski lifts. And part of the scope of this book, and I'll read directly from it, includes all aerial tramways, whether single or double reversible, aerial lifts, including detachable lifts, chair lifts, and similar equipment, surface lifts, tows, and conveyors. That's all contained within this book, and it's what we work with, and we work directly with Commissioner Head and Inspector Burpee every year on inspecting all of our lifts. Unfortunately, the current language in this bill directly applies to tramways as written in the laws. We do not feel that this is an appropriate use for the inspector's time, and we feel that this bill should not carry forward, and I'd be happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Gowans? Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question, would there be any problem with making it a certified hoist operator? And that way they could get a certification for that to make sure that they've met the requirements?
From our perspective as Ski Maine, we do not deal with hoists, with personnel hoists. So any question to that regard as far as licensure of that group of people should probably go directly to Commissioner Head.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gowan, welcome to IDEA.
This, I think, is maybe your first visit with us since the retirement of Mr. Sweetser. So welcome aboard and good to see you.
Thank you very much. Yes, and Greg Sweetser retired after 26 years at Ski Maine.
I wish you the same successful future.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Martin, welcome to the IDEA Committee. You have the committee's attention.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for letting me speak. I may be able to answer some questions that I've watched the whole thing, so I've heard all the questions. I took some notes. I'm not testifying either for or against the training. I work for Mainly Construction Rentals. I'm one of the people that rent these machines to general contractors in the state. I myself have been trained to be an instructor by the manufacturer on different type model series from different manufacturers from the Netherlands to Canada. Little bit of my background, 12 years active duty as a Marine Corps helicopter pilot. I'm still in the reserves for the last 7 years. The reason I tell you that is I know what it's like to train people in high-risk occupations. I was involved in our aviation safety program, and I have a really good understanding of identifying risks, assessing the hazards, making risk decisions, implementing controls, and supervising. I'm the one who trains the operators before they get on the hoist and operate them. I'm the contractor that goes out, we rent them, we work with elevator mechanics to install them. They get inspected by the state before they're turned over for operators to use, and I make sure the operators are trained before they get in them. I've been trained up by the manufacturer on all the latest safety features, any type of contingency things that would have to happen if the elevator would malfunction, and everything that goes along with any type of specific type model series elevator. And I can tell you from operating multiple manufacturers and types, they're all different. There's not a cookie cutter that you could go to one class in one day or take a test that you would get all the training. However, I am for some type of formal documentation or process that operators go through. I know, right, I think it was Mrs. Head said incorporating that into an existing policy, and I would be for that. I know right now the state elevator inspector that I typically deal with wants to see the list of people that I instructed. If he would show up to the job and want to look at the elevator for whatever reason, he would talk to the general contractor and say, let me see the list of the people who have been instructed on this. When people successfully complete a test and a practical, they also are issued a card. So if the elevator inspector showed up and wanted to see their card, the operator should have it on them. If they don't, it would be on a roster that's held on the job site. Worst case, the inspector could call me. We also keep a record of who's been. I guess my point is that's me. I'm not the only person. I feel like anyone that I train has been trained on, passenger safety, cargo safety, contingency operations, whatever the case may be, to handle it safely. I know that I am not the state trainer. I do not train everyone who's an operator. So my standardization and what our company's policies are not necessarily standardized throughout the state. However,
Mr. Martin, can I ask you to wrap up the next
Sure.
couple sentences?
Yep. However, I do feel like there should be some sort of documentation that shows that's standardized throughout the state, that does show that these people have been trained or procedures in the way it's done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Representative Pepworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Martin, for being here. Can you tell me about how, so you rent these machines. Can you tell me the relationship with the state's chief inspector?
My relationship with the chief inspector, yes, I submit. So like,
Great, but what do we do when we share?
One second, I'm going to interrupt Ms. Breton. Oh, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Sorry. We submit stamped engineered drawings. So like any other trade, we bid on work. We send out numbers. They have different capacities, different speeds that these elevators go. So we submit like a cut sheet on our elevator and we say, this is what our elevator can do. We submit that. If we win the bid and get to install our machine, we go to a professional engineer and have it essentially put on the building. They look at the push-pull forces, everything on the building, based off the manufacturer and what they say it needs to be supported. They run all the numbers, the calculation. I submit that to the state. The state reviews it and approves it or denies it, typically approves it, and then I get a permit to install. Once the installation is complete, the state inspector comes out and goes through all the safety procedures. We do a load test, we do a drop test, we check all the safeties, all the interlocks before we would turn it over to an operator. Once all those are complete and documented, it gets turned over to a trained operator. They don't necessarily have a state license, but they've been trained.
Chair recognizes Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Martin, for coming before us today. I'm just curious because I've seen this happen, unfortunately, in some companies. And you said that you are the one who does all of the trainings because you've received the trainings from the manufacturers. Do you have a second who has also received that training,
Yes.
who can do it in your stead?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Martin, so I'm just to be clear. So so you train the person for the company that's going to be using it, and then if they have a staffing changes, do you get called back in order to do more training?
Yes. A lot of these projects are a year-ish, and obviously it depends on how long they want it for. But depending on durations, when they know they need someone else trained, turnover, people switch jobs, whatever, I come back and give the training.
Thank you.
And if I could just make a comment, please.
Please go ahead. Yes.
Someone said about, anyone could just jump on it and run it. That can happen if you have a licensing program too. If people are going to do wrong, they're going to do wrong.
Thank you. And Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Mr. Martin, if I'm understanding you right, it sounds like your company has a highly trained person in you and your second that you put any future operators that your company is working with through rigorous training before they take their place, but that is not the standard across the industry. And that there are no regulatory rules in place to ensure that there is a standard for instructing and making sure that the person who operates, is that right?
Sort of. There's manufacturer requirements of what the manufacturer requires the operators go through prior to operating the various types of machines. I'm not aware of any state code that delineates the specific requirements the operators need to demonstrate or be tested on, though, if that's your question.
Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Hepworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Martin. Can you give us a sense of how many work sites, sort of volume of work on a year? And I know you're not the only person who is installing and training people to use hoists and things, maybe in the state of Maine, just trying to get a grasp on the amount of work, the amount of workers that are involved.
So right now we have one in the state of Maine. It's at St. Mary's in Lewiston. In Portland, we've had a couple in the last year, but I would say in the last 3 years, we've had 5. And I don't know of anyone else in the city of Portland who's had one other than us.
Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Martin, I'm going to try to frame this so that we can get a little bit of a clear definition. Your company, you've attested to the quality and service that your company does, and you've alluded to others that you're not totally familiar with their, let's say, oversight and procedure. How many other opportunities are there? You said you know, when you put in a bid for the job, how many other services are there out there that might be buying for this, for any project?
I'm not sure. I think it depends on the project. I know there's been out-of-state companies that have been on work in the Portland area. We've installed these personnel material hoists in Massachusetts, and they have a licensure program. And I still go down there and train those operators on our specific material hoist, even though they have a license.
So it would be difficult. You said you're not familiar entirely with the procedures of some of these other companies. I'm just trying to get a little bit clearer definition of say, let's just call it your competitor. I don't know if that's, I hope that's not offensive, but you know, other companies, as far as the oversight that they give, because yours sounds very thorough.
I'm not sure of their specific procedures or how they do it. I can only assume that they've all, who's ever giving their instruction or training has been certified by the manufacturer and meets all the requirements to do the same thing that I do.
Sure.
But I don't know specifically firsthand.
Okay, and if I may, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
please.
And so these other folks, they would still come under the oversight of, is it Mr. Burpee? If he would give them the same discretionary oversight that he gives your jobs. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
In the
Thank
state
you
of
very, right. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Martin.
Thank you.
And Ms. Breton, is there anyone else here to give testimony?
I believe that is everybody, Senator.
Great, thank you very much. Having received all the public testimony, I'll close the public hearing on this bill. And at this point, LD, so we'll close the public hearing on LD 1168. This is the last scheduled bill for this, our morning session. We'll be returning at 1 p.m. Is there any instructions, any other requests of Ms. Olson, if possible, for the work session? I think we've covered all that. Very good. So we will be at ease until our next work session, which will begin at 1 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Wait a minute. Do we need an adjournment? I think we're at ease, so we shouldn't need an adjournment. So. Senator Seaway, were you trying to ask a question?
Just ask if you want to give me a call.
I certainly will.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Deschamps. Can you hear me? Oh,
I can hear you, Senator.
yeah, for some reason it won't let me open up my screen for some reason. So maybe,
That would be because I shut it off.
oh.
You'd left it on when we went on break.
Oh, okay, there. That should work. Hopefully.
There you are.
All right.
Okay, I believe that Senator Curry is tied up in another committee. So we have enough people to continue here, and we have a senator, so we are good to go.
I may have to leave at 3, because I have another meeting too.
Okay, Senator
So,
Curry will be back for that.
Yeah. And
We will go through our little script again since it's the afternoon session. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. The committee is assembled electronically this afternoon for the purposes of inviting public comment on legislation. Before we get started, I wanted to share some information related to the fact this meeting is being conducted using electronic format. The meeting is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. That means anyone who's a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and heard if your microphone is unmuted. People in the Zoom meeting waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until they're called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after it has concluded. I think everybody's good now with their name squares, but if there are any people in the attendee, if your Zoom name does not match how you signed up to testify, if you could just change your name there, that would be helpful for our clerk to move you forward through there. And for anyone who has not experienced being in Zoom limbo from when you go to attendees to a panelist, your screen will go blank for a little bit and look like you got kicked out, but you didn't. You will be joining us momentarily. That being said, let's do introductions again, starting with Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Valley Geiger. I am representative for District 93, Rockland and Owl's Head.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sarah Pebworth. I represent House District 133 in the Blue Hill Peninsula.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Amanda Collmore. I represent House District 106, Pittsfield, Clinton, and Detroit.
good afternoon. I'm Senator Scott Searway and represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Good afternoon. I'm Jack Ducharme, representative for House District 111, which is Madison, Norridgewock, and Solon.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Sue Austin, and I represent portions of Gray, Raymond, Casco, and all of Frye Island.
Representative Tavis Hassenfuss, representing Winthrop, Reedfield, and part of Monmouth, House District 81.
Representative Bernard.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent District 149, which is Caribou, Westmanland, and New Sweden.
And good afternoon. I'm Representative Tiffany Roberts, your House Chair, representing House District 6, which is the majority of North and South Berwick. Again, just a reminder that, this is still somewhat new to all of us, so bear with us if there's any technical problems. Chat function is to be used for technical purposes only. If you're having a technical difficulty or a request to speak, there should be no substantive discussions going on there. All questions, persons testifying will be made through the chair. We will call people in the order of the sponsor, co-sponsors, for, against, neither for nor against. And when you come up to speak, if you could just identify yourself and where you're from, and make sure that your microphone is unmuted as well. Although I'm sure we'll start that quarter jar of your mic's muted pretty soon here. Okay, when you're done testifying, you can actually exit the Zoom meeting and watch the rest of the hearing on the YouTube channel. And just a final reminder, the meeting's being broadcast and recorded on YouTube and can be heard over the legislature's audio broadcast system as well. And any testimony you submit is public and may be posted on the website. You will have 3 minutes to speak and give your testimony. I'm probably gonna hand it over to Senator Curry in a second here, so we'll be doing the timing until I have to step out. That being said, Senator Curry, do you want to take over and start the hearings?
Sure, thank you, and welcome everybody. My name's Senator Chip Curry, and I represent the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County, which is Senate District 11. And I apologize to the committee in advance. I will be going, Representative Roberts and I will be doing tag team as we go in and out to speak on behalf of other bills and other committees. It's the high season of the legislature right now. So at this point, we will open up the public hearing for, and I want to get here, LD 1087, an act to save Maine business. And the sponsor is Representative Prescott. Ms. Breton, I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce Ms. Breton, who is Jody Breton, who is our committee clerk, and Ms. Rachel Olson, who is our committee legislative analyst. Thank you very much for your service. Ms. Breton, is Representative Prescott in the attendee list?
No, he is not, and we have no one signed up for LD 1087.
Okay, so with no one signed up and the representative, I'm going to ask.
Do we have any co-sponsors on the bill that can present it?
Let's look. Senator Searway, do you have any information? I know this is a concept bill, so I don't know if this has been, the intention was to have it dropped, or I don't want to rush through if there was some other intention. Do you have any information on it?
I do not. I just looking to see if there was. I don't see any information on it, but.
And there are no co-sponsors on this bill.
There are no co-sponsors. Well, having no sponsor or no one to give testimony, I will close the public hearing on LD 1087, an act to save Maine businesses. So we'll now open up LD 1217, an act to require the acceptance of cash for in-person retail transactions. And is Ms. Breton is Representative Dillingham. There is Representative Dillingham. Welcome to the IDEA Committee. And you have the committee's attention.
Good afternoon, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. I am Kathleen Dillingham, and I represent House District 72, which is comprised of the towns of Mechanic Falls, Otisfield, and my hometown of Oxford and beautiful Western Maine. Thank you for taking the time today to hear LD 1217, an act to require the acceptance of cash for in-person retail transactions. The concept for the bill was brought to me by an individual whose employer was contemplating not allowing cash transactions or possibly charging a fee for those that chose to pay using cash. As the bill title states, this would prohibit a business from doing so. A person offering goods or services for sale at retail may not refuse payment in the form of cash for the goods or services or require payment only by electronic method. Retail means any retail transaction conducted in person and does not include a transaction conducted remotely by telephone, mail, or the internet. Failure to adhere to the law constitutes a civil violation with a fine of up to $500 for the first offense and up to $1,000 for second or subsequent offenses. Across the states that have laws pertaining to the acceptance of cash, fines range from no fine at all for a first offense to $10,000 a day for continued willful violation, and that is in Delaware. If the committee should support this piece of legislation, I would leave the fine limits in their hands to negotiate and amend the bill as they see accordingly. This is not a bill I would normally bring forward on my own. I believe at times government has a tendency to burden our retail industry with many intrusive regulations, so I do present this bill with some caution. Upon researching in preparation for this bill, I discovered that Massachusetts has had a law similar to this since 1978, and every other state in New England either has a law on the books or a proposal before their respective legislatures. In total, including Maine, 24 states have laws requiring acceptance of cash or currently have legislation pending. Even with that knowledge, I was still a bit unsure as to how I would present this bill. I'm aware of the issue that retail owners have around cash count or accuracy, incentive for theft if individuals believe a business is holding large amounts of cash, and other such concerns. And then I received a call about a situation concerning a constituent. The individual was an adult male who for many years now had been living with his mother due to mental and or emotional instability. An incident happened and he had to be removed from the home while the case was pending. This individual only had a disability check, the cashing of which had been taking care of his mother for years. The constituent needed housing, he needed food, and most importantly, he needed to be placed in a treatment facility, but there was not one that could take him at the time. He did not belong in jail, and those involved recognized that. I commend those who were responding to this situation and their desire to help. They had an individual without a bank account, without a current form of identification, without a debit card, without a credit card, and all he had was his disability check. I received the call asking, could a bank refuse to cash the check if it came from the federal government? My first thought, of course, was no, but I'm not a banker, and upon checking, they could. The individuals were finally able to get his check cashed for him at a local store, also negotiate with a local hotel to accept cash, and they would vouch for his identity so that he would have a place to stay for the evening while trying to get him into facility for services that he needed. This incident led me to question how many other individuals face these same hurdles in our society every day. Not all of them need have the same circumstances of this man. Maybe some just choose not to place their money in a bank. Maybe some don't believe enough security exists around their personal information to have credit and bank cards. Also in rural areas, there aren't always a lot of places to get goods that you're looking for. And so I understand the concept of taking your business elsewhere if you don't care for the service or the policies. But when you're faced with limited choices, limited access, and limited mobility, it is hard to apply that construct. Legal tender of the United States of America should be accepted at in-person retail establishments without penalty. I do stand for retailers facing less regulation and being free to run their businesses. I also support people being able to spend the money that they work to earn in the form that suits them best. It seems strange that a bill requiring a business to accept money is necessary, but it should be understood that the US Treasury and US Mint are accepted at all main retailers. If the committee finds that this is too big of a step to take at this time, I would ask that you at least consider prohibiting a retailer assessing a fee for those who choose to pay with cash where it's allowable. Thank you for your time and consideration. I would be happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you, Representative Dillingham. Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Dillingham. This is an interesting bill, and with your testimony, I didn't realize how many states had something like this on the books or in the pipeline. And it made me wonder. So we have a local ice cream store around the corner from our house, and they only accept cash. So if we were to do something like this, how does this not set, put us on a slippery slope to say that we would have to require the acceptance of electronic payment, debit, credit for in-person retail transactions? It seems like it might be going one way or not the other. Can you kind of clarify that for me, if that
Yes.
makes sense?
Yeah, so my thought with when you're looking at accepting debit cards or credit cards, there's a fee that is assessed to the retailer. So I could understand the position that government not force that they accept those, because then you are then mandating that they have to pay an additional fee. And they actually don't control those fees normally, unless you're a really large retailer. If it were that small ice cream shop, they're going to be at the whims of whoever they're contracting with, whether it's Visa, MasterCard, to accept that payment. And they don't actually get to negotiate the charge that the percentage of the payment that they have to pay to that industry. So for me, when again, this isn't normally a type of bill that I would bring forward, and I do it with caution. But once I started researching and I saw that, certainly looking at Massachusetts with a very long history of having this piece of existing legislation, that I do think it is something that we could attempt to try to do. And as I said, even if it's to the point, the individual that brought it to me I think their bigger concern was that their business wanted to charge people if they used cash. I think that was certainly the priority. And then the instance that I shared with you, while I was still trying to figure out how am I going to deal with this bill, and I got thinking about, for me living in rural Maine, you have you're talking about a local ice cream stand, but in rural Maine, and if it's just a grocery store and they choose not to accept cash, and you have individuals like the gentleman that I shared or other circumstances, where are they supposed to go? If we're going to allow businesses to turn away legal tender, it's a little different than having a credit card or a debit card. Not everybody has those, and not everybody's required to have them. But if our legal tender, is the dollar bill and our change that's minted. And I think that should just always be accepted. I understand your concern about a slippery slope, but again, when there's fees involved with the other side, I guess that's where I decide that it's not really as much of a concern there for me. It's taken me a long while to get there, but that's how I feel. I don't know if I've answered your question or not, but.
Yes, I think so. And Ms. Olson, for the work session, if we could just get a list of the other states that have this law in the books, and maybe a comparison of just the New England states, what their statute looks like and how it's structured, that would be helpful. Thank you.
I recognize the Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Representative Dillingham.
Hello,
I appreciate you bringing this forward. Is so many times I hear people that, they don't want to change like we've been changing the last 10 or 20 years. And a lot of them do just cash. In fact, the older generation seems to, some of them stick with that. And I've got a friend that's even my age. I don't think he's ever used a credit card or a checkbook or anything. I think it's all cash. But then, I've seen where a lot of them want to change to getting rid of books even and just doing everything online, and a year ago or so, we had one about the town office wanted to change their town report to just online. And so all the older people said, how are we going to read our books? So I get this. And I think I just was wondering, is this going to affect the businesses in a cost in any way, or why is it that they do penalize? I mean, I don't understand when they penalize for cash.
I only thought, granted, I can't speak for the businesses, and I'm sure that there might be somebody waiting to testify for the business industry. I've heard some of their concerns and concerns around having too much cash on the premise. And, you know, coming from law enforcement, certainly there are certain businesses that they deal in a high cash volume that it's unfortunate there are individuals that will target a business. I know that there's concerns about, you know, when you are talking about doing your books, different sort of book, but when you're doing your books about the accuracy, certainly I think Representative Ducharme and his background in banking industry can talk about how it's much easier when you have those debit card and credit card transactions to make sure that you have those, you know, your books are accurate. I understand all of that. So I don't know if businesses, speaking from my own experience in my own business, I don't have any increased costs from dealing with cash and change. It is easier when it comes to end year, certainly to be able to look up, you know, my, you know, whether you use Square or any other sort of electronic means to take payments to print out those forms. But I still manage with all the other transactions that I do in cash. I suppose if they feel that it's a high cash volume business and they need to have a cash box or cash safe, there could be a cost there. Most of that's going to be able to be expensed by the business when they're you know, filing their taxes. Maybe there's a cost if they have to do extra bank drop fees or extra bank drop runs. But again, I think that all can be worked in when you're working with expensing your business, whether it's hourly pay for an employee to do so, or any of those fees that you may face are also can be expensed. So.
Thank you. I know my wife likes counting cash. She likes counting that.
Yeah.
Seeing no other questions. Thank you very much, Representative Dillingham.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Representative, let's see, Ms. Breton, are there any other co-sponsors waiting to speak on LD 1217?
I do not believe so. I believe you just have Mr. Picard and Mr. Dougal.
Okay, if you could promote Mr. Dougal and Mr. Picard both into the panelists. Mr. Dougal, welcome. Welcome. Let's see, Mr. Dougal. There you go. Welcome to the Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement and Business Committee. You have our attention.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and distinguished members of the IDEA Committee. My name is Greg Dougal, and I'm here representing Hospitality Maine in opposition to LD 1217, which would require a business to accept cash for in-person retail transactions. I also live in Lincolnville, Maine, and so I am a constituent of yours, Senator Curry. It's my first opportunity to be in front of the committee, so I just wanted to note that. Anyone who has ever made a hotel reservation online or on the phone knows that they will be asked for their credit card information and that it will either hold the room on their behalf or pay for any deposits or the full amount that the guest may be responsible for beforehand, and potentially any charges that may be incurred during their stay. So then you might ask, what does the person do if they show up without a reservation, which is more common than you might think, especially in a drive-to destination like the state of Maine? We would like to say the same thing. When someone arrives unannounced, their method to be responsible for the charge remains the same. If they pay for one night in cash and then refuse to leave or pay thereafter or run up charges on their room, the innkeeper would be out of luck as to being able to collect, especially if the guest left in the dead of night with outstanding charges. We believe it should be the business's choice to decide what form of tender they should accept. If an innkeeper wants to accept cash, they can, but if not, they should be able to require the use of a credit card. Granted, the innkeeping business is a little different than most in that you are not purchasing an item and leaving with it. The opposite is actually true. You are paying and then continuing to stay and not leaving. Ultimately, we believe this decision should be left up to all individual businesses. We encourage not to pass on this proposed legislation, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dougal, and very good to meet you.
Pleasure, sir.
Are there questions for Mr. Dougal? Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Mr. Dougal. As a former innkeeper, if somebody showed up and wanted to pay for their room in cash, I would do my innkeeperly assessment and accept the payment for that evening. If I were nervous, I would have the backup. You know, I would get an imprint of a credit card. I would check ID, whatever else I would need to do to feel comfortable. If cash, I'm thinking if someone didn't have a credit card and I wasn't comfortable, then maybe I would hold that deposit that I would have ordinarily held on a credit card in cash. That would put me at a higher risk, right? It was a small inn. I would often be there by myself in the evening. I also had a little safe. That does appear to be a workaround, but you're not comfortable with that, the way the bill is presented. And I'm going to say also that the bill is referring to transactions conducted in person. So it is that walk-in situation that you mentioned.
Well, thank you, Representative Pebworth. And I knew that the innkeeper would have a good question for sure. There is in Maine statute the ability to collect in the innkeeping statute, the ability to collect a deposit of additional cash deposit already if the innkeeper so desires to do so. So it already is okay to do that. However, that is not always an easy assessment to make, especially on the fly. How much do you actually charge? How long do you know they're going to stay? With a credit card, you have the guarantee that whatever they don't do, either leave like they said they were or pay for the things that they've acquired, you at least have the ability to run that charge. If you ask for $100 and they spend $600, you've not really, accomplished that much in that respect. But certainly that should be something that's left up to the innkeeper, is my belief.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dougal, I just, like I say, I got a friend that he deals with all cash, and he's an older guy and he just doesn't like credit cards and whatever. And I just feel that a lot of times it's things like this that take services away from people that want to live normal like everybody else, but they're the older generation. How do we fix that if we have innkeepers that don't want to deal with cash, and we also have all these variety of things that they're trying to shut down and just do through internet or credit cards? To me, it's doing a disservice to the elderly. And how do we, or the ones that choose to be on cash, how do we fix that? I'm thinking that seems like, you can't accept cash earlier than wait until they leave. You could say this is the amount that I'd have to take for a fee if it's a day or 2 or 3 days or whatever it is, and make an agreement. I would think that could work.
Well, I would say, good to see you, Senator Searway. And I would say that the innkeeping industry is a unique situation because you really don't ever know how long somebody's going to stay. And there's also, I think, the ability to be able to have, a card. You don't have to pay on the card. You just have to provide the card. You can still pay, with cash or currency. In most cases, I've never heard of anybody refusing it. It's just that guarantee, because it's not like you're buying like a soda and leaving the store. You're like saying, I'm staying here, and you're moving in, so it's a totally different situation in that respect. The other thing that I would like to address, if I could, is we're not advocating any fee. I've honestly, Representative Dillingham, that's kind of the first that I've heard that from my world. And we would not advocate for somebody being charged extra for using cash.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dougal, what would you do as an innkeeper, if your policy was that you don't accept cash, if a college student comes and says, I'd like to stay overnight, I'm visiting, friend, family, what have you, for 2 days, but I don't have a credit card because I'm young, I haven't acquired credit, and I just, don't have one yet. What are their options?
Well, there is statute that allows for a parent to be able to do that, or if there is such a person in that person's life, there is a statute for taking care of people that are under the age of 18. Anybody, you may be referring to somebody that might be older than that, but if the person doesn't have that credit card, then they would have to seek a place to stay somewhere else. And I'll tell you right now that the franchise agreements for this is, we're thinking of an innkeeper, and that's a quaint thought. And, I'm thinking of Representative Pebworth, but there are a lot of, branded properties out there like the Marriotts, the Residence Inns, the Choice Hotels of the world, that their franchise agreements require them to accept only credit cards. So there's a lot more to this on the innkeeping side, and that's just basically a guarantee that somebody won't run out without paying. But technically, your point is well taken. If somebody doesn't have some form of credit card in a lot of properties, they would not be allowed to stay.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Mr. Dougal.
My pleasure. You all have a wonderful day.
You as well. Welcome, Mr. Picard.
Good afternoon, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the IDEA Committee. I am Curtis Picard, President and CEO of the Retail Association of Maine. I'm here today to testify in opposition to LD 1217. In my experience, I've seen retail businesses that are cash only and businesses that are credit or debit card only. Excuse me. Most businesses freely accept both cash and credit, but some choose not to, and it should be their decision. Ultimately, it's up to the consumer whether or not they want to patronize those businesses, and the businesses will succeed or fail accordingly. When this bill first surfaced, we did ask our members their thoughts on it. While most accept both cash and credit, a number highlighted some important considerations for you to consider. Those retail locations that had freestanding kiosks, like in a mall courtyard, felt strongly about their decision to not accept cash. These kiosks generally have only one staffer, and the threat of theft of available cash is a major concern. There is also a similar concern from retailers that operate at outdoor venues like food trucks, fairs, or concerts. However, the other comments we received were more blunt. They said the government should not be making this decision for businesses. They also warned that if the legislature decides to require acceptance of cash payment, what's to stop the credit card companies from lobbying that every business should also accept credit cards? They're not sure what problem this bill is looking to solve. Getting a little bit more granular, how would this bill impact the practice known as BOPIS, which stands for Buy Online, Pick Up in Store? Let's say you order online from your local grocery store. When you go to pick it up, that's when the transaction is paid for, as they often do not know the final charge until the items are picked and packed. Produce, for example, is sold by weight. So when the customer picks up groceries and is allowed to pay in cash instead of a mobile payment machine, you'll slow up the process and necessitate the staffer having to go back inside, make change, and come back out. Some retailers now operate sophisticated vending machines as an extension of their retail operations. Vending machines are not just soda and candy machines. You can purchase electronic equipment, for example, in an airport vending machine. How would this bill impact those operations? In closing, it's worth noting that many businesses no longer accept paper checks. Aside from being replaced by debit cards, the threat of bounce checks became a major issue. Would a paper check be considered a cash equivalent in this bill? I will also add that passing a bill like this will also stifle innovation. There are new contactless payment methods being developed all the time. This bill will only impact Maine's brick and mortar retailers and not online companies, which would still be able to only accept credit cards. And I'll also add a couple comments to the end now that I've heard the testimony from Representative Dillingham. In my 13 years in running this association, I have never heard of a retailer that was looking to charge any kind of fee for payment by cash. That's absolutely a new one on me. I will tell you that one of the issues that our industry has advocated for a long time is the cost of accepting credit and debit cards. Those charges range anywhere from 2 to 4% of a transaction and are a significant cost for any business that accepts credit cards. We've tried many different times in front of the legislature to allow retailers to charge a surcharge for the acceptance of credit and debit cards. Those efforts have not been successful to this point. Sorry, is my time up, Representative Roberts?
Just about, yep, another sentence or two.
Okay, I'm happy to go into that more if the committee would like, but I'm happy to stop there and answer any questions. Thank you.
I'll ask the committee not to go into there on this bill, as we're talking about this bill. So Representative Roberts, you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Picard, you brought up an interesting point that I actually hadn't thought of, about the vending machines. I know when I'm traveling, I typically fly out of Logan just because I'm in Southern York County, but they do have vending machines in the airport, and I've purchased earbuds or neck pillows or things like that from there. Would this fall under there? And do we have those? I admittedly haven't been to the Portland airport in a long time, so I'm a little naive there, but is this along the lines of what you're talking about, and this would prohibit that? Because those were only cards that they accepted. You couldn't put cash in them.
Yeah, and it's been a while since I've been at the Jetport as well, certainly more than a year. And yeah, you've probably seen like a Best Buy kiosk or one of the other electronic providers provide some of those. I do also know last session, there was a bill that was put in by, I think, Planned Parenthood to make contraceptives available by vending machines on college campuses as well. So those, like I said, there's more sophisticated type of vending machines out there than what we traditionally think of as soda and candy machines.
So that being said, in theory, if vending machines were exempt from the bill?
Well, I guess what I would was going to add, Representative Dillingham talked about, considering prohibiting a retailer from charging a fee for paying by cash. I could probably support something like that. But like I said, when we went back to our members, I was frankly a little surprised by the strong reaction I got from some of them that saying, look, it really should be up to us. And those that choose to accept credit only are willing to take the chances of some consumers not shopping with them. My mom and my mother-in-law are part of that older generation. They still tend to use cash more often, and they've been able to do what they need to do with that in mind. So
thank you.
Seeing no further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Picard.
Thank you.
Ms. Breton, is there anyone else waiting to speak on this bill?
I do not believe so, Senator.
Having heard all the testimony, I will declare LD 1217 public hearing closed. Does anyone have any communications for legislative analysts? Any requests for the work session on this? Don't hear any. And Ms. Breton, I want to check in with you regarding our LD 1087. Was the bill sponsor able to join us?
I've been talking with the bill sponsor. He's unable to get on to Zoom. He's tried 3 times now. He did not have any indication as to what he wanted to do with this bill.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it as a closed public hearing then. So we will now move on to LD 1275. Yep, LD 1275, a resolve to prevent economic hardship as a result of COVID-19 restrictions. And Thank you. And is the bill sponsor here? Representative Steckes, welcome. Welcome. I think this is your first time in front of the Innovation Development Economic Advancement Committee. Welcome. And the floor is yours. You have our attention.
There we are. This technology stuff is something.
Yep.
Yeah, first time this year. Of course, I served on that committee. It's maiden voyage last time around, so it's good to be back.
Go ahead.
Get started. Good afternoon, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. I'm Joel Stetkes. I represent House District 105, which includes the towns of Canaan, Palmyra, Heartland, St. Albans, Ripley, and Cambridge on the southern frontier of the Moose Lakes region. I'm here today to present LD 1275, a resolve to prevent economic hardship as a result of COVID-19 restrictions. This bill could be this legislature's most important economic development bill this session. With this bill, the legislature can send a strong message to Maine's business community, as well as others who may be considering Maine as a place to set up shop. A message that the people's elected representatives believe in and stand for due process, fairness, and equity. After a year of allowing the Mills administration to go it alone with no input from the legislature, we have an opportunity to right some of the unintended consequences suffered by some Mainers who work hard and risk a lot to provide valuable goods and services to our communities in an effort to provide for their families. Since March of 2019, how many businesses have been reprimanded, penalized, fined, or shut down? Why did these things happen? What was the process? How many were based on misunderstandings, unproven theories, or even false information? Were all establishments treated uniformly? Were all given a fair opportunity to prepare and explain their individual circumstances? In my conversations, it doesn't seem so based on those that I've talked to and those that feel threatened or even mistreated. We do know for sure that mistakes have been made and great damage has been done. We know this because in a particular case, it became a national story in August of last year. It was covered by CNN, the Today Show, NBC, even as far off as the LA Times. CBS News, Newsweek, and People magazine also carried the story. Governor Mills was quoted hundreds of times saying that 60 people are now associated with that one outbreak. Its impacts are widespread. One person, one contact can light a match and spark a fire that we may be unable to put out. Along with other misconceptions, including a quote that a woman who never even attended the wedding or the reception, but simply interacted with someone else who did attend, lost her life to the virus. That's a pretty serious statement. This family business had its operation shut down with an imminent health hazard citation. Made nationally infamous, has had its reputation destroyed and has been abused by its own government. No doubt causing long-term and maybe irreparable financial harm to this family, not to mention the mental anguish from being told their actions may have been the cause of the loss of 7 lives. About 4 months after the media frenzy of quoting and requoting Governor Mills and Dr. Shaw, the November CDC report written by 7 scientists at the Maine CDC, including the state epidemiologist, was released. In that report, the 7 scientists stated that a definitive linkage of outbreaks at these facilities to the event was not possible in the absence of DNA testing. They went on in the report saying that staff members in the other facilities in other parts of the state that were said to have spread COVID-19 possibly had exposures outside the facilities. So no definitive proof and possible other exposures. Now, this is a highly visible example of what has happened here in Maine, but what about the less visible actions? Were some of the same faulty assumptions used to make decisions in charging and penalizing other Maine entrepreneurs. I've heard from some that do not feel that they have been treated fairly, but are scared to death to speak up against their own government after what they've seen happen to others. This in itself should cause all of us in the legislature great concern that our constituents fear their own government. Throughout our entire state of government, there are checks and balances to ensure that all are treated equally under the law. Everyone has the right to defend themselves before their accusers, and if found to be at fault, the penalty fits the crime by being reasonable and equitable. If it can't be proven that someone is guilty of an offense in this country, we are not supposed to be penalized. People who run businesses need to know they can get a fair shake in Maine. This bill is simple. If the accuser, the Maine government, cannot prove that a business caused harm, then the actions against those businesses need to be cleared from their record and any monetary penalties returned. Thank you for your attention, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are some.
Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Steckes. I'm just reading over the text of the bill. Under the premise that a executive order is in theory the same as a law, if I was to get a speeding ticket for speeding down a back road, but nobody was harmed, should I still have to pay that ticket?
So with that question, what I would say is, at that point in time, you have the right to go to court and actually share your case and allow for a judge in the process to take place and the evidence be provided. My question is, has that been done throughout the state and throughout these cases of these businesses? We know firsthand in a lot of these cases that hasn't been done. And talking with different constituents and different people across the state, there hasn't been a equal amount of due process. In fact, in some cases, probably no due process at all. And it's not necessarily a particular person's fault sometimes. This is no different than the Zoom thing, right? This is all new to us. In the events of last year, there was all kinds of things going on. There was different departments having to enforce things that they didn't necessarily completely understand, not something that they were particularly trained for. So it's got a whole lot more to do with the process itself. Was it equitable? Was it fair? Did each individual business get their chance to explain their point of view? And was the department, I guess, forced to provide evidence of the wrongdoing or the harm?
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
To be clear, Representative, I don't see any reference to requiring due process in your bill. It's just looking for exoneration. Is that correct?
The way the bill, of course, if you read the summary, but the way the bill is written, and of course it was written by the revisor's office. I'm a carpenter, not a lawyer. The way they wrote the bill is basically the intent of what I have in mind. And it is, if the accusers cannot prove their case, then Maine citizens should be considered innocent.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Representative Steckes, I'm a nurse. I have graduate work in public health. At the time that COVID started, I was a city councilor. It seems to me that an emergency bill an emergency measure went into effect for a public health emergency. We have a long history of that happening in the United States. It's been upheld by the courts. My own experience in Rockland was of a restaurant that repeatedly disregarded what were very clear guidelines, placing our entire community at risk. How is it that this bill doesn't look to create a process whereby those who felt they were fined in error have a chance for redress, but instead you're saying everyone who disregarded a public health emergency, everyone who placed someone in danger, everyone who did it repeatedly, despite numerous engagements with Maine CDC or the cities in which they were part of, should be held blameless, exonerated fully, and that any fines be returned? Or are we asking as well for their businesses to be made whole?
There was a question in there somewhere. The language of the bill specifically says that if there is no evidence, if it cannot be proven that they are guilty of some harm, that they are to be exonerated. Now, if there's evidence of harm, if there's evidence, if there's proof out there, then of course they should be held to account just like everybody else. The law needs to apply to everybody evenly. So I guess your initial comments before your question, I'm not sure where those are coming from, but they're not in the language of the bill.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative Stichus.
Thank you.
Ms. Breton, are there any co-sponsors?
No, there is nobody else to speak on this bill.
Nobody else? Okay. Having heard all testimony.
Yeah, nobody in favor, nobody opposed, and nobody signed up for neither.
Okay. All right, having heard all testimony, we will now close the public hearing on LD. Need to keep these in front of me. LD 1275, and resolve to prevent economic hardship as a result of COVID-19 restrictions. We'll close that. Representative Geiger, are you seeking some information? Yes, go ahead.
I wondered if we could ask Ms. Olson if she could just clarify for us in the work session what the process was that the CDC went through when it provided reprimands or initial contact, what the process was that they used for this public health emergency, just to get it clear for all of us.
Thank you. I see that she heard that. Representative Hassenfuss.
I did, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Ms. Olson, I would just ask one more request too for you to put a detailed summary of the due process rights that each business who was assessed a fine has available to them.
Certainly, thank you.
With that, we will open up our public hearing on LD 1287. And at this point, Representative Roberts, can you take the gavel? I know we're both bouncing between. Are you able to? You're able to take the gavel. I need to jump into another hearing. So
I have until at least 2:30, if not later. So I'm good.
Okay, I will watch that clock.
Okay, so did you just open up the hearing on 1287? Okay. Do we have Ms. Breton as the sponsor?
No, the sponsor is not in. I have reached out.
Yes,
she is now. She just arrived.
Good. Let me go ahead and bring her in. Good morning.
apologize. I'm at eye doctor's appointment with my mother, so this has been kind of fun. So you're ready for me, right?
Floor is all
How are
yours,
you, Representative
Representative.
Roberts?
Good. How are you?
And I think I heard Senator Curry has left, so one of these days I'm going to meet him. He is technically my senator. So Representative Roberts and members of the Innovation Development, Economic Advancement and Business Committee. I'm Mary Ann Kinney, and I represent House District 99, which includes the towns of Brooks, Burnham, Freedom, Jackson, Knox, Monroe, Thorndike, Troy, and Unity in Waldo County. And I'm here to present LD 1287, an act to allow unlicensed persons to sell caskets to bury human remains. I submitted this bill for a constituent who built a beautiful casket for his brother, who lost his battle with cancer in 2020. As he was posting photos of the progress of building the casket for his brother, he received multiple requests to build and sell to friends and neighbors a casket of their own. He came to me shortly after to say the law needed to be changed because he looked up the law and discovered that he couldn't sell a handmade casket to anyone because he was not licensed for the practice of funeral service. After I had submitted this bill, I received an email from Jennifer Hawk, who's the regulatory board manager for the Board of Funeral Service in the Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation. And in our email communication, she explained that the rules for third-party purchasing of a casket do not align with current law in Title 32, Section 1400, subsection 5, Practice of Funeral Service. To simplify and clarify the law and rules, I am offering an amendment that Jennifer Hawk presented to me for this section of law. And the amendment should accomplish the goal of LD 1287 without adding a new section of law and aligning current law with current rules of the Board of Funeral Service. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have to the best of my ability. And I do have the amendment. I haven't had a chance to send it to you because I didn't have internet this morning when I was trying to send it on, but I can get it to the analyst as soon as I can get back to internet service.
Okay, thank you, Representative. I'm just actually reading the department's testimony where they're.
She might have it. I was wondering if Jennifer
Yeah,
posted it.
that's
She sent it to me, so I'm hoping maybe she sent it and then I don't have to.
It's
I hate Zoom.
Yeah, it looks like it's alluding to what the amendment may be. So I guess Ms. Olson, if you could get that from Representative Kinney before the work session for us to look at.
Which looks like is on Thursday, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is a quick turnaround, so I'll look for your email.
Great.
It looks
and,
like
Ms.
I
Hawk
wasn't
is with
quite sure
us.
who to send it. Oh, good.
Yeah, it looks like the department has provided some sort of amendment. Are there any questions from the
good.
committee, Representative Kitty? Seeing none. You are.
That was easy. Thank you.
All right. And is Jennifer Hawk here, Ms. Brenton?
Yes, she is.
Okay, perfect. Hello, Ms. Hawk. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you all?
Good. I'm hoping maybe you can clarify a little here.
Yeah, I was able to email the amendment to Ms. Olson. I was listening to Representative Kinney. So I'll go right into it. As you know, this bill proposes adding a section. By way of background, the Federal Trade Commission, or the FTC, promulgated the Funeral Industry Practices Rule, which is known as the Funeral Rule. So the Funeral Rule, among other provisions, requires funeral providers to disclose full information on the pricing of funeral goods and services and prohibits the sale of only bundled funeral packages. So the Funeral Rule ensures consumers have the necessary information to freely select funeral goods and services, including caskets, from third parties that are not full service funeral providers. With that being said, the board understands that licensed funeral practitioners and establishments in Maine have followed the Funeral Rule and are unaware of any persons in Maine who a Maine licensee has told they cannot purchase their caskets. That being said, 32 MRS section 1400 subsection 5, which has not been updated since it was first enacted in 1967, defines the practice of funeral service as including selling funeral supplies to the public or making financial arrangements for the rendering of such services or the sale of such supplies. A reasonable interpretation of this section could mean that the practice of funeral service means the manufacture and or sale of caskets. The board has not enforced the law in this manner, so it may be a worthwhile exercise to amend it to clarify this point. And as the Representative Kinney did say, we have shared an amendment, and it replaces the bill by amending section 1400 subsection 5 to exclude the sale of all funeral supplies to the public, including the manufacture and sale of caskets or containers from that definition of the practice of funeral service. So I'd be happy to answer any questions now or provide any further clarification if anybody would like.
Are there any questions for Ms. Hogg from the committee? Senator Searway.
So I guess what I was gonna wonder on funeral caskets, if I can understand maybe a private family building their own or whatever, but beyond the relationship, I don't know if that would be appropriate. And I don't know if that's what you're working on, or how's this work when you put that amendment in?
So the amendment would be to, instead of enacting a new section in the funeral law, we would just be amending the practice of funeral service to exclude the manufacturing and sale of caskets or containers. You can go online and buy a casket today to bring with you to the funeral arrangements. You can get a casket from almost anywhere.
So it's just correcting it.
Correct. It's correcting an outdated section. I can't speak to what was going on in 1967, but I do know that the FTC rule was updated in 1994. And so that was when it was, determined that consumers should be able to choose what they want to have for their burial services and arrangements when it comes to caskets or containers.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's talk about understanding you right. We have a law in place that implies that you must buy a casket from a funeral home, but in actual practice, Maine has not followed that, and your amendment would simply update Maine law to go with the practice your department has been following, but
Correct.
which many Maine people may not know about.
The FTC rule, correct. And the funeral practitioners are aware of the FTC rule. I spoke to several of the licensees just in general, and they all confirmed that they allow that now in today's practice. So this would just be amending that section of the statute.
And just one follow-up, because she's already stepped off, is Representative Kinney fully supportive of the amendment? She feels it does what she intended to do with her bill?
I believe she does. That was what she conveyed in her email.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Hawk, just to clarify, the federal regulations prior to the 1990s said that only funeral homes can sell caskets. Then subsequent to that, they said anybody can sell caskets. Is that correct?
The 1994 amendments to the funeral expressly prohibited the funeral providers from charging casket handling fees. Before that, I can't speak to that part.
Okay, and so federally, it's fine for anybody to buy and make caskets?
Yes.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, Ms. Hawk, I assume you'll be available for the work session.
Yes, I will be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Breton, do we have anyone else in the attendee room waiting to testify?
No, the only one in the attendee room right now is Representative Kinney.
Okay. Having heard testimony from all those present, I will now close the public hearing on LD 1287. And that completes our public hearings for the day. Ms. Olson, do you have anything for us?
I do, in fact, have some language reviews that I can bring back in front of the committee today.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, just a question about the first one we missed today, that this afternoon. Didn't know if they tried to contact the one, and
Ms. Breton did a few times, I believe.
okay.
I actually spoke to the representative. His desire was that the committee could use the bill in whatever form they would like to, if somebody wants to use it, or it can remain tabled. He did not have a preference, he said.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Olson.
Okay, yes. I have three bills that I can bring back today for language review. One is LD 119. That's an act to increase faculty and nursing education programs by amending the nursing education loan repayment program. I actually have brought this back prior for language review, so nothing on that has changed. The committee asked me to hold it and bring it back at a later date. So I have that one. I also have LD 126, an act to allow a journeyman electrician to supervise 3 helper electricians. I have the minority report for review. And then LD 492, an act to create a regional grant program to help rural businesses find qualified staff. This was based on amendments put forth by Ms. Foy in regards to some of the language that the sponsor had suggested.
Okay, let's at least start with the first 2 and see if we can do those.
One moment, I have a couple of, I just need to switch a few things on my screen that I had open for the work session. So just one moment.
Okay.
It's not as easy as just shuffling them to the bottom of the pile. Okay. Gonna make it nice and big. I'm gonna try. All right. If everyone can see the screen. So LD 119, this is the Nursing Education Loan Repayment Program. As a reminder, this had a divided report. There were, I just have this in an email, which I didn't write down. I think there were 7 or 9 individuals in favor. I had 7. Jody would have the updated number on that, people who registered after the fact. So 7 voted in favor of the bill as it was written, with an amendment that allocated this $1 million to the nursing education loan repayment. So that first amendment was to add section 3, the fiscal note. Then there were 2 individuals who voted ought to pass as amended with the fiscal note amendment, and this is the report that you see in front of you, but had suggested in their amendment to change the top amount, the ceiling for loan amounts, repayment amounts. So it was proposed as $30,000 for a master's degree. The amendment would like that at $20,000, and the original bill had $60,000 for a doctoral degree, and the amendment was at $40,000. So those are the changes that were highlighted. So this is the minority report. The other minority report was ought not to pass, and that was 1 individual. So, So this is as written. So this is the minority report, and the majority report just included section, had no changes in paragraph 4, and just added the fiscal note in section 3.
So I believe that minority report was Representative Bernard and Representative Ducharme, so they would just need to okay that.
Yes, that is my report. I see a hand from Representative Hassenfuss.
Oh, I don't see his hand. Okay.
It was a waving hand.
Yeah. Isn't this that we did a motion to reconsider and then all re-voted on this again?
There was no reconsideration on this. This is the minority report for Representative Bernard and Representative Ducharme.
Okay, for the nursing education.
Yes.
This is the one with the master's and doctoral program for nursing.
Correct.
Okay, maybe my memory is not correct, but I thought we made a motion to reconsider to adopt the minority report as the majority. Is that incorrect?
I mean, as Representative Bernard, maybe I wasn't here for that.
I believe that there was a conversation around doing so, but I believe there were not that many members of the committee at that session, and I was asked to do nothing with it and come back with it later.
I think what we did is we tabled it with the understanding that we may want to revote as a committee to see if we can get to something unanimous. Is that correct? Is Mr. Chair Curry here?
Yeah, I believe that's correct. It wasn't officially tabled because we weren't in a work session. It was just a language review, but I believe your memory of that is accurate.
Representative Bernard has had her hand up and been waving.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'll start doing a dance if I have to. No. I just wanted to say that Representative Hassenfuss is right on the money there. I remember that we had the discussion, and then Representative Geiger mentioned, would this make a difference, and could we all get on board if we were to lower those numbers so that we could have a better chance of getting it through appropriations? And my answer was yes. And I believe that Representative Ducharme felt the same way, but he can certainly speak for himself. But I thought that, yes, we were going to come back and have another vote on this once we saw the language in the amendment.
Okay, so the amendment is there. As chair, I cannot motion. As a matter of procedure, in order to do a reconsideration, a motion must be made by the prevailing side, so the majority report to reconsider, and must be seconded by someone else on the majority report in order to be reconsidered.
I'll make a motion as being a member of the majority report to reconsider, and procedurally, I'm thinking I'd like to reconsider and vote on the minority report. So if we could
just Representative, just make the motion to reconsider, and then
motion
wait for the second
to reconsider
discussion.
Yeah.
Yes. Is there a second on the motion? Representative Geiger. Okay. And now further discussion. Senator Searway.
Yeah, I guess if we can maybe discuss a little bit of this, and then maybe a quick caucus, and then come back at it. That sound like a plan? So on this, I'd like to just have any suggestions. I guess I just want to discuss it a little before I make any suggestions, but if anybody has one.
That speak to your motion to reconsider now?
Yes, I would. So my motion to reconsider comes from a desire to get a unanimous report to, or as close to unanimous as possible, to the appropriations table. And I believe that we are all in agreement in the $1 million. The minority report said 40,000 and 20,000 respectively. And the majority report had the 60 and 40. I might be getting my numbers off a little bit here. And it was, I believe that Mrs. Harvey McPherson said that amending the bill to those numbers would still be all right, would still achieve the purpose that it is asking for. And so my motion is designed primarily to get unanimity or as close to it as we can. And I am comfortable with either the numbers of the minority report, the majority report, or something in between there. And so I'm opening it up to the committee to see if we can all agree on what numbers work best.
Just for clarification, Representative, if there was something in between, another amendment would have to be introduced.
If we want to go that way, we can. I'm open to that. Yeah.
Representative Geiger.
I just wanted to add for clarification that I believe, and Representative Bernard can confirm this, that we did indeed pick the 1 million, and the smaller numbers for each loan were for the purpose of increasing the numbers of nurses who could take advantage of this program.
Right.
That's all I wanted to
add. Senator Seaway.
Yes, and I guess I would propose the 40 and 20 with the $1 million. I think, and I mean, I think it was 60 and 40 that the most majority went with, right? I believe.
It was 60,000 for the doctoral degree and 30,000 for the
30,
master's degree.
yeah, so if we went with the 40, 20, I think I'd be in favor of that for the minority report.
To try to make that the majority report, correct?
Right.
Okay, so Senator Curry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I could be convinced on the 40 and 20. So I like the 60-40. I don't want to add additional burden, but I also see value in having a strong report out. So I'm less interested if we're still going to be a divided report. I'm less interested. I'll just go with with where I stood. But so I want to hear from folks if we can, and I know not everyone's here. And so we won't be able to confirm that it's unanimous, but I'd like to hear. So it's influential to me for ultimately how I would vote on that, to hear how others are, where they are in that. Because if we're still going to have a divided report, I'm still kind of more excited by the one I voted for the first time.
I can second Senator Curry's thoughts on the matter. Representative Bernard.
Thank you very much, Representative Roberts. I just wanted to mention that the reason that I liked the minority report in the first place was really twofold. One of them was because I felt that we could help more people. The other one was because we heard that in order to get either a master's degree or a doctoral degree, the amounts in the majority report would cover it 100%, or that is exactly how much it would cost. And I have always been a believer that you have to have some skin in the game in order to make it your own and in order to work for it really, really hard. And so rather than it having be a clear, straight across grant, that it be a very substantial grant and that it would be able to take care of most of what it would cost, but there would still be some amount of money that a nurse would put in by his or herself. So those were the two big reasons for that.
Representative Clonmore.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to if it went through with the 20 and 40 that I would support that.
Okay. It's just the chair's observation that it's sounding like everybody is on the same wavelength here. I'm not sure if anyone feels that there's a need to caucus, or if we can just vote on the motion at hand. Senator.
Do you mind if I make one clarification? So I just want to make sure everyone heard my original comment about the voting. So this was there are 3 different reports. There's a majority and then 2 minority reports. One of the minority reports is ought not to pass, and then the other is the one that I shared with you. I just want to make sure everyone heard that.
Again, as chair, I'm not able to make a motion. Senator Curry.
I just wanted to check in with, was the minority report Representative Andrews report?
Yes, Representative Andrews voted ought not to pass.
So he's not here. Okay.
Senator Seaway.
I'd make a motion for the minority report to reflect the 40-20 with the $1 million. I think that minority report. So that's what my motion would be.
I'll second.
To clarify, that's ought to pass as amended with the minority report.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the second, Senator Curry. Okay. Any further discussion? Ms. Breton, can you take the roll?
So this would be a reconsideration to ought to pass as amended with the minority report
Minority
made by
report
Senator
A, I
C.
believe, yeah.
With what?
I think it's minority report A, it should be.
Report A, okay.
Did we have to vote for the reconsideration first, though? I'm just kind of wondering.
Yeah, I think we did.
Oh, we missed that. we got a motion in a second, and then everyone's hands went up. So can we count everyone's hands up as a vote?
I think we can. I think we can do hands if we have a majority, if it's clear.
Just a show of hands on the reconsideration, just to cover our. Okay.
Because I did have a motion here first to reconsider, so I was like, oh, okay. All right, we'll just.
Motion to reconsider passed.
Yes, in the affirmative. No.
To acknowledge that the chair may consider all hands going up at once as a vote.
Works for me. So we have an ought to pass as amended. I don't know, amendment 2 or B or whatever Rachel put it as.
It hasn't gone up to the revisor's office, so there's no official designation on it yet. I just have it written down as with the minority report of the $20,000 and $40,000 change plus the $1 million section 3 appropriations and allocations section.
All right, so ought to pass as amended. I put 20,000, 40,000 so that Rachel has to look at the sheet. She knows which one. Motion made by Senator Seaway, seconded by Senator Curry. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews is absent. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore.
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator Seaway.
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin. We lost Representative Austin. Representative
Having
Hassan.
internet connection issues.
Ah, sure. Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That would be 10 in the affirmative, 3 absent.
And if the chairs and leads would like to contact any members not here, and let them know about the reconsideration, that would be helpful in us achieving close to a unanimous. And Senator Curry, can I hand the gavel back over to you for language review because I'm
Sure can, and goodbye.
leave shortly. I'm here for a couple more, but I have to leave shortly.
Having received a unanimous of those present, this this bill has passed. So and I want to thank Representative Bernard. Oh, I just lost you. Representative Bernard for finding that pathway. So forward on this. So
Actually, I want to thank Representative Geiger for doing that. Thank you.
that's right. So and let's see, Ms. Olson, what is up? Was that the first one we've done for language review?
Yes, it was.
Okay. All right. What is next?
Okay, next we're going to do LD 126. And before I share, I'll just note, I did email everything out to the committee that I'm sharing on the screen. It is, when I'm sharing, it's very difficult for people watching to see, you can't see committee members very clearly. It's just the boxes. So I try to stop screen sharing as much as possible when discussion picks up. I know that the committee likes to see it on the screen, but that is difficult for those who are watching on YouTube.
And this is also in committee materials, correct?
No, these are not,
Okay.
because they're for language review at this point. So at this point, they're just emailed.
Okay, thank you.
So
Go ahead.
LD 126 is, this is the minority report for an act to allow a journeyman electrician to supervise 3 helper electricians. This was a divided report. I think it was 7-6. Jody will correct me if if my notes don't reflect the any votes that came in afterwards. I hope you will, Jody. So this is the majority report was ought not to pass, and the minority report is what I have in front of you today. And there are a few things that I just want to note that came up when drafting. We're going to just focus on the first section here about journeyman electricians, but I will note that sections 2 and 3 make the exact same changes to master electrician and limited electricians. I know you can see that the way that those are written is different. They're paragraphs.
Ms. Olson, can you enlarge, please?
Oh,
Ms.
sorry.
Olson, can you enlarge, please?
Is that better?
I was with you, Representative Geiger.
Okay, sorry. I did
Thank
make
you.
it a little bigger, but it is hard to know how that translates.
Thank you.
So we're just looking here. We're just going to look at this one, but know that the changes are made for master and limited electricians in sections 2 and 3 of the bill. They're just written as paragraphs, which is actually not as easy and clear to follow as the subsections. So the changes that were put forward, and I believe Representative Collmore is the one who put forward the language that the minority report supported. So it was 2 helper electricians who are enrolled in or have completed a program of study consisting of 576 hours of education as approved by the board or from an accredited institution, and 1 helper electrician who is not enrolled in or who has not completed such a program. As this is written, this would be a total of 3 individuals that could be supervised because of the addition of the word and if we, when you get your helper electrician's license, it does designate whether you are a helper electrician or one who's enrolled in one of these programs, if, as a reminder of the work that we did.
Representative Collmore, does that reflect what you intended?
Yes, the only thing that it's missing is that designation that does distinguish that. So the HPE was the one with, so next to 2 helper electricians enrolled in, it had the HPE designation, and then the second one was only an HP who was not enrolled. That's actually designated on their licenses, so it makes sense to reflect it in the statute.
I actually don't believe we would need to specifically designate that in case how it's designated is actually ever changed. Just in
Okay,
terms of
thank
what
you.
it's written. The designations are these things. So we've made no change to who is the a helper electrician in a program or not in one of the programs. So we made no change to that. So those designations will still be on the licenses.
Okay, thank you.
We struck the or here because we were extending. We added a for, so just noting grammatical change there. But in
1 second, Representative
sorry.
Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. I'm just trying to understand changes we made.
No.
sorry,
As this is the minority report, you are on the majority report. So this is up for those who the folks who signed on to the minority report would be giving language review on this. And so.
Okay, so we play no role, so I don't need to understand it?
Exactly.
Good enough. Thank you.
Follow along. So. Go ahead.
Okay, it's part 3 here. One helper electrician when working on this was the addition and underlined, when working on an industrial electrical installation as defined by the board by rule, or 2 helper electricians when working on a residential, commercial, or solar electrical installation as defined by the board by rule. And so this is the one substantial note that I needed to bring forward. The suggested language included separating industrial electrical installations from residential, commercial, or solar electrical installations. In statute, we do not have a definition for those types of electrical installations. And so in order to designate a distinction here, there would need to be a definition for those types of electrical installations. And the one way to do that is to allow the boards to establish those definitions by rule. So that's how I've done that here. If that is acceptable to the minority report, then we can continue with that language as it is. I see Representative Collmore is nodding.
Yes, I accept that. That makes sense. Thank you.
And if for those that are a part of the other members who signed on to this minority report, I suppose more than anything, if you object to that, just to let me know. And then the last one is 1 apprentice electrician and 1 helper electrician. So just again, to kind of review, these are all separate by themselves. So in this case, you could have a total of 3 people being supervised. In this case, just 2, and it could only be 2 apprentices. There's no combination here. Again, here, 1 in a certain situation or 2 in the other situation. This is an or, not an and. So this is either 1 or 2. And then the last one is a combination of 1 and 1, but is 1 and 1. Okay. And just because it's important to point out, you can see that this language is then included down in the master and limited electrician language as well, these are mirrors of 3 sections are the same about their supervisory capacity. Okay. If everyone is satisfied with that, I can go ahead and move forward with it. No objections?
Any members of the minority report objecting? Looks like it's good.
Okay.
Next one.
Yes. Okay. Let me just switching folders here so I can pull up my notes.
And Ms. Olson, I want to point out, I have sat through some other committees and watched some other bill analyses, and they're all wonderful, but I really appreciate your bill analyses.
Oh, well, thank you. I am learning from a wonderful set of colleagues. Okay. Big enough?
A little larger, please. Or
How's
I'll
that?
put my glasses on here. I'll do that.
And my posture is not great. I find myself leaning too far forward to look at things on my own screen. Try to remember to sit back. Okay. LD 492 was put forward by Senator Stewart, an act to create a regional grant program to help rural businesses find qualified staff. When Senator Stewart put this forward, he had also had extensive discussions with Kate Foy at DECD, and in Kate Foy's testimony, there were suggestions to create an amendment, and Senator Stewart was amenable to that idea. And so we have addressed some of that, as well as some of the conversations that the committee had around how to move forward. So my notes, which again are not the final notes, Jody keeps the final tally of votes. I believe 10 were in favor of this amendment, ought to pass as amended, put forward. And there were 3 individuals who were absent.
And the final vote was 12 in the affirmative and 1 absent.
Thank you. So LD 492 is this creating a grant program for rural workforce recruitment and retention. So we made a couple of changes just to how things were sort of written for clarity's sake. So one of the suggestions that was put forth was to create, to have this program be not just about recruitment, but also retention. So we have changed the title of the program to include the term retention as well. There was other questions around who the grant money would be provided to, and there was a lack of clarity around what would be considered an entity. And one of the ways that that this was addressed here was to, rather than define identity, to talk about, entity, would be to focus more on the work that's being done using this grant money. So here, instead of 2 entities, we have for local economic development initiatives in rural regions. And Ms. Foy's amendment, which was supported by Senator Stewart, was this idea to give localities the flexibility to decide what works best for that rural area. Representative Hassenfuss has a question.
Oh, thank you, Representative Hassenfuss.
Just regarding the definition of local economic development initiatives, is that something that we feel we should define, or does everybody just kind of know what it is by reading that?
That sounds like a question for the committee rather than the analyst. My gut is that I don't feel the necessity to define it if the program knows what they're talking about. DECD would be running the program, and
if I may, I think that if there were concerns that they may be addressed by the rulemaking section here, the department is establishing rule by criteria for eligibility, and so eligibility could include what qualifies as an economic development initiative.
Yeah, I think that's perfect for leaving it to rulemaking if there's any questions there.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. I was stumbling along with an answer.
It's okay, you gave me time to read it and think about it. And again, it's taking out the requirement to hire a workforce recruiter because that was very limited, and the suggestion in the amendment was to be able to open that up so that, again, the local communities could determine or entities could determine what would work best. And that also might be a group of businesses, for example, or another type of local initiative to decide what works best. So we removed that section here, added the retaining, and then there again was brought up to define what rural regions of the state means. There of course was discussion around what in this case the recommendation was to define it through the use of counties, and there was a discussion around which counties should fall within this proposed legislation. And the committee decided to move forward with these 4 counties: Aroostook, Piscataquis, Somerset, and Washington. And so those are defined here. And then just a couple, again, change the name here. And then there was another suggestion, and this goes to the concept of having some, I think, skin in the game, as Representative Bernard brought up earlier, that these local initiatives are required to match funding. And on a one-to-one basis is what the committee decided on. So here it says the rules must require the entity receiving a grant for an initiative secure matching funds for the initiative on a one-to-one basis. Doesn't dictate where those funds need to come from. And there was discussion around some of the programs that already exist to provide that type of funding that would need to be secured in order to have the matching grant. And then the last change, significant change, is in the appropriations and allocations section, and that was the funding. Originally, a one-time allocation of $1 million in 21-22 was suggested, and the committee voted to move forward with a smaller allocation of $500,000, $500,000 broken out, with $200,000 in the fiscal year of 21-22 and $300,000 in the fiscal year 22-23. These are one-time funds, but there was a question. This is pretty normal, and their desire for this to continue. Funds can be allocated in a later biennium to continue the program. So pretty standard when it's something new like this, is what Ms. Foy had said when asked that question. And the language change in the initiative just reflects the changes to from entity and to remove the workforce recruiter and the retention. Again, I emailed this, so if you like a smaller version. And that is the committee amendment to 492.
Does anyone have any questions or concerns about the language? Seeing none, I think we're good for language.
Okay. Excellent. Those are the three that I had for the committee today for language review. So I don't think I have anything else today.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And having gone through all the public hearings and language review, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor? Second, Representative Callamore. All those in favor, thank you. Have a good evening.
Take care.